Good morning. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Staff present today are Stacy Jones, Emily Reyes, Trey Qualls, Maribel Pena, and Denisha London. Chair, will you please call this meeting to order?
Yes, thank you. This is July 15th, 2026, and this meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. My name is Whit Wallman, and I welcome everybody to the Board of Adjustment. This board is a citizen board appointed by the City Council. By state law, a minimum of 9 members and alternate members must be present to provide a quorum in order to conduct business. Today, we have a quorum with all 11 members present. Today's meeting agenda can be found online at www.fortworthtexas.gov. Speaker registration forms for cases on today's agenda should have been turned in prior to the start of this session. Today's public hearing is being documented by cable television and video conference recording, which will be available on the city's website. To facilitate an orderly meeting, I'm asking everyone in the council chamber to turn off the audible alarms on your electronic devices at this time, so we will not be distracted during our meeting. Each case will be called in the sequence listed on the agenda unless otherwise directed by me, the chair. The Board of Adjustment requests that the following rules of procedure be respected. For case introduction, each case will be introduced by the City of Fort Worth Development Services Department. After presenting the facts of the case, the Board of Adjustment board members will have the opportunity to question city staff about the case and any applicable laws or regulations that might apply. This portion of the discussion is exclusively between city staff and the board members. As your case is being called, we ask that you move to the front row of the chambers. You will have 7 minutes to present the facts of your case and why you believe your application meets the criteria for approval. If more than one person is presenting the case, it is necessary to divide the total time, 7 minutes, among all parties, so you do not exceed the allotted time. After the applicant has presented their case, I will call for any opposition to come forward. This is their opportunity to express why they believe the variance or special exception should not be approved. The opposition is also allotted a total of 7 minutes of time to be shared among all speakers. If opposition is presented to the variance or special exception, the applicant will have an additional 3 minutes of rebuttal time. The chair may allow a few more seconds in each presentation to ensure a speaker's final point can be made. In 2019, there was a rule change regarding translation cases. When speakers require the services of a translator, all speaker times during those cases will be doubled. For the question and answer period, after the parties have presented their positions, the board members will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and any opposition. During this time, all speakers must remember that all dialogue be directed to the Board of Adjustment only. There is no time limit during this period. After the board members have received answers to their questions, I will close the public portion of the hearing. Board members can discuss the case amongst themselves and city staff to determine whether or not an application meets or does not meet the criteria for approval. After this discussion, I will ask for a motion to approve, deny, or continue the case. City staff will call for a voice vote from each member. If an application is denied, an applicant will have 10 days in which to appeal to a court of appropriate jurisdiction. For more information on this and additional information on any case on today's agenda, you may contact the Board of Adjustment at 817-392-8026 after this meeting. If necessary, a closed executive session may be held with respect to the posted agenda items to enable the Board of Adjustment to receive advice from legal staff. The first order of business on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from June 17th, 2026. We are open for a motion to approve.
Approve. Motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Mr. Hook and a second by Ms. Freed. Staff, could you please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Wallman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move to the first case on today's agenda, BAR-26-066. And this is a translation case, so we will have extra time. Go ahead, Ms. Reyes.
Good morning, Chair and board members. This first case is BAR-26-066, located at 3908 Townsend Drive. The property owners are Margarito Garvan and Elvira Rodriguez, and the applicant is Margarito Garvan. The property is zoned A-5 One Family District. The applicant is requesting two variances related to a proposed covered patio. Variance A is a request to the maximum allowable size for a non-habitable accessory structure for residential lots between 5,000 to 9,999 square feet. The zoning ordinance permits a maximum cumulative accessory structure area of 200 square feet, and the applicant is proposing an 800 square foot covered patio, resulting in a request to exceed the maximum permitted area by 600 square feet. Variance B is a request to the maximum height requirement for a non-habitable accessory structure. The ordinance limits these structures to 10 feet in height. A structure may increase to a maximum of 12 feet if additional setbacks are provided at a ratio of 2 feet of setback for every additional foot of height. The applicant is proposing a covered patio with a height of 12 feet, and the structure is shown approximately 9 feet from the rear property line and 8 feet from the northern side property line. As proposed, the structure does not meet the additional setback requirement necessary to qualify for the increased height allowance. The subject property is developed with a single-family residence on an approximately 7,100 square foot interior lot within an established neighborhood. The lot is rectangular in shape, was originally platted with alley access, contains several mature trees, and is not located within a floodplain. The existing residence was constructed in 1972 and is approximately 1,121 square feet in size. The home includes an attached garage that provides parking for one vehicle. The property currently contains a covered patio measuring approximately 1,657 square feet, and the applicant is proposing modifications to the existing structure that will reduce the overall size of the covered patio. Staff identified the following lot history for the property. There's a code compliance case regarding a large structure located at the rear of the property that was issued of January of 2025. And there's a residential accessory new permit for a covered patio was submitted and is currently awaiting a client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is proposing to construct an 800 square foot covered patio measuring 20 feet wide, 40 feet long, 12 feet in height to be located towards the northwest portion of the lot. The applicant is requesting the variance to make construction of a non-habitable covered patio that exceeds the maximum allowed square footage for an accessory structure on approximately 7,100 square foot lot. The zoning ordinance allows a maximum of 200 square feet of non-habitable accessory structure area on a lot of this size. The proposed covered patio exceeds the permitted area by 600 feet. And regarding the second variance request, the proposed covered patio would have a height of 12 feet. While the ordinance allows height up to 12 feet, additional setbacks must be provided when a structure exceeds the 10 feet in height. And based on the submitted site plan, the structure is located approximately 9 feet from the rear property line and 8 feet from the northern side property line. And as proposed, the structure does not satisfy the additional setback requirements associated with the increased height and therefore requires this variance. Staff notes that the current lot coverage on the property is approximately 39.13%. If the proposed accessory structure is approved as submitted, the lot coverage would be reduced to approximately 27.06%, and the maximum lot coverage permitted on the property is 50%, and the proposal will still be required to comply with all other applicable development regulations. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-066, and staff is available for any questions from the board.
Thank you very much. Let's go to questions for staff. Ms. Herrera.
I have a question. So if you go page 10 right there, what am I not connecting here? Because it says the current lot coverage is 39.13, but it'll be reduced.
So there's currently a covered patio that is bigger than what is being requested at the time. However, the applicant is proposing to make it smaller in order to come closer to compliance.
And the other structure in the backyard is,
The structure of the covered patio.
so that structure's there and they want to make it smaller?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Please.
In our documentation, it shows that there's a garage back there instead of a covered patio. My question is it a garage? Because there is alley access.
I believe it's just the covered patio.
Okay, and the other question, I'm just noticing that the fence is out of compliance. Is that already approved from a variance?
No, so we requested the information from the applicant for the fence elevations in order to get more information on it. However, they didn't provide it until after we did legal notices. So they would have to come back for the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
I have a quick question.
Please, go ahead.
Did I hear you say that the audience allow the 12 feet in your reading?
Correct. We communicated with the applicant if they moved it 9 feet, that they won't require the variance. However, they chose to move forward with the variance.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? And it looks like, really quickly, it looks like they're going to keep an existing concrete slab, essentially that's there now, and just cut it in half, and that's where the new structure is going to be.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? And do we also have the staff for translation? Yeah, if you would please come up. State your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 14 minutes. Please pull that microphone close so we can hear you. Thank you.
Ok, pues buenos días, primero, antes que nada. Y pues mi nombre es Elvira Rodríguez.
Well, before anything, good morning, and my name is Elvira Rodriguez.
Y pues quisiera que nos permitieran seguir con nuestra estructura porque pues sería para uso personal, ya que
Momento. Well, I would like for you to allow us to continue with our structure because it's for personal use.
y pues pienso yo que no estamos dañando a ningún vecino ni nada porque es para uso personal de mi papá, ya que es una persona mayor.
And I believe we're not causing any damage to any of the neighbors. This is for personal use for my father, and he is elderly.
Y pues digo que es una persona mayor porque ya está cerca de sus 80 años, tiene 78 años y está tomando medicamentos para la memoria.
And I say he's an elderly person because he's almost 80 years old. He's 78 years old, and he's taking medication regarding his memory.
Él es una persona muy activa que le gusta salirse a caminar, pero en varias ocasiones dice que se pierde, que no se acuerda dónde están las casas.
He's a very active person. He likes to go out for walks, but sometimes he says he gets lost and he doesn't remember where the house is.
Por esa razón hicimos la estructura de esa manera, pensando que él iba a tener más espacio en donde él pudiera pasar más tiempo, ya que adentro no aguanta.
And this is why we decided to construct the structure this way so that he would have more space because he doesn't like to be inside. He can't handle it.
Y pues no sé si habría alguna otra manera de que nos pudieran ayudar para que se pudiera quedar así de esa manera. O,
And I don't know if there's a way that you could help us to allow us to leave the structure the way that it is.
y pues esas son las razones por las que tenemos ese plan de que siga así, justamente para ayudar a mi papá y también para ayudarnos a nosotros a de que algún día no se nos vaya a perder o algo.
And that is why we would like to keep the structure the way it is, and we're asking if you could allow it. Main reason is for our father to be more comfortable, and so for us as well, so that we don't lose him.
Y pues ya es todo. Gracias.
And well, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You still have plenty of time if there's anything else you need to add.
Pues es todo. Gracias.
Well, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else here in support of this case? Okay, having seen none, is there anyone here in opposition? Okay, also having seen none, thank you.
Tengo esta petición de apoyo de los vecinos.
Right now, I'm going to go ahead and open up to questions from the board.
Interpreter needs to render something else that she had to say.
Okay,
I also have this petition made by the neighbors.
has that been submitted? Do we get that, Emily?
No, hasta el día de hoy lo estoy trayendo.
No, I just brought this today.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and project that. They'll put it on the screen. Is there anything you want to add? Is there anything she wants to add with regard to this petition or with this?
Pues el día que fui a hablar con los vecinos de que tenía esta estructura así, me dijeron que si era con los planes, que con ellos no había problema.
Well, the day that I decided I wanted to let the neighbors know about the plans that we had, and they said that they didn't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board for the applicant?
This is Johnston.
Please go ahead.
As a Board of Adjustment, we are authorized to make adjustments to the city ordinances relating to codes. You need to translate that?
I already did, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
In order for us as a board to be in favor of that, there has to be a showing that there is something about this property that makes it the compliance with the codes unreasonable, and that condition was not caused by the property owner. Can you please tell us what condition there is on the property that you believe requires this structure that is 4 times the amount of the code requirement?
¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
Well, how? Well, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Can you tell us what condition there is on the property that prevents you from complying with the code of 200 square feet and requires you to build a structure that is 800 square feet?
Pues como la estructura va a ser solo al lado derecho, me quedaría bastante espacio.
Excuse me, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Como
You can
la-
pull it closer to your, yeah.
Como la estructura va a ser al lado derecho, me queda bastante espacio al lado izquierdo.
Well, since the structure is to the right side, then I would have a lot of space towards the left side.
Y pues solo taparía la mitad del lado derecho.
So it'll only cover the half of the right side.
Y pues creo que hay bastante yarda aún extra.
And I believe there's a lot of extra yard.
Anything else?
Questions?
No, sería todo.
No, that would be all.
Okay, and can you tell us who it was that constructed the existing structure?
Interpreter needs repetition.
Can you repeat the question?
Interpreter needs repetition.
Can you tell us who it was that constructed the original, the structure that's at the back of your property?
Contratamos a un soldador y después a un ingeniero.
We hired a welder and then we hired an engineer.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Duffy?
And just to tag onto that question, how long has the existing structure been on the property?
Tiene como 2 años, más o menos.
Well, it's been about 2 years, give or take.
And then I have a staff question. What distinguishes, homeowners have a lot more leeway on the size of a garage in a backyard than an accessory structure. Is that true also for a carport in a backyard? And what distinguishes well, first of all, I guess I want to know the answer to that.
So carports and garages in the backyard does not have to comply with the non-habitable accessory structure area that's allowed on a lot. But
So-
they do have to comply with lot coverage setbacks and can exceed the height of the primary structure.
So what would distinguish a carport from a covered patio? This
There
has
has to
alley
be a
access.
driveway there has to be a driveway that leads to the structure.
Is there currently a driveway that leads to this pad?
From the image, it looks like the alley is unimproved. However, it looks like it may be used. But there does not appear, and according to the site plans, there is not a driveway that leads to the structure from the alley.
So if this homeowner built a driveway, could they keep the covered patio as is?
This is Maribel.
The
They would have to obtain approval from TPW to use the alleyway as access.
The existing covered patio that's there has not been reviewed by our team. They have proposed to shrink it to 800 square feet. So if they do get the parkway permit and there is a building permit potentially, we'll have to review it to carport standards as well as the parkway standards. They will be required to improve that alley from their property to the street.
You're talking about the whole alley or just
How
the
tall?
part in front of them?
To my understanding, they'll have to improve from the extent of their property to the street, to the nearest end of the street.
They'd have to improve the alley. How far block are they? 3 houses down.
Ms. Duffy, do you have another question about height?
How tall can a carport be?
It cannot exceed the height of the primary structure.
Any other questions? The applicant? Yes, sir, Mr. Garza.
Do you guys have access to the carport from the alley? Is there a gate?
Está clausurada.
There's no
It's
access.
Closed.
No.
No.
Any other questions?
Does anybody have an estimate on how much it costs to improve an alley three lots up?
No, we don't have that information.
Would it cost more than half the value of this home?
I'm not completely sure. The applicant can work with transportation team to further explore the option of improving the alley and what the requirements are.
Any other questions for the applicant?
So I just have one more question for staff. So this case is before us on a code picked this up,
That is correct.
but there were no neighbors complaining.
I'm not sure how code was made aware of this structure, if it was on one of their drive-bys or reviews, or if a neighbor had complained. I'm not quite sure how code picked it up.
May I ask the question?
Sure, please go ahead.
Can we contact code and see and pick this up?
So I just received a message from Emily, and it was a result of a complaint from the neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I would also like to add the definition of carport for the record. An open-sided extension of the roof of the principal building or an accessory open-sided detached building structure on the same lot used for the shelter or storage of occupants' owned motor vehicle as an accessory use only.
Does it cover size?
It does not cover size.
So as its present size, if she called it a carport and gave access through the rear gate, there's a possibility that she could keep her original size. Is that correct?
Yes, potentially we would have to see the site plan showing that there is a driveway leading to the structure.
I have a question for the,
Excuse me. They would not be able to keep it in the original size because it's larger than the home. They would still have to reduce it.
I have a question for the applicant.
Please go ahead.
Were you aware that if you nomenclature this structure as a carport and give access to the rear alley, there is a stronger possibility that we could help you in getting what you're asking for?
La verdad no tenía idea.
Honestly, no, I had no idea.
Would you be willing to open up your back gate and give access to the alley? Because it looks like the alley's already well used. Is that correct?
Pues sí le podría hacer una puerta ahí, pero me imagino que va a ser más costoso.
Well, yes, I could add a door there, but I imagine it's going to be more expensive.
More expensive than what?
Pues sí, me imagino que hacer una entrada, como hace poco estuvieron construyendo ahí la calle enfrente y tuvimos que incrementar ahí la entrada de ahí de enfrente.
Well, in order to make an entry, not too long ago, they were doing some work in the front. Repita.
Y tuvimos que pagar para que acomodaran la entrada ahí enfrente, el driveway de enfrente.
And we had to pay for them to adjust the entryway in the front of the driveway.
Yeah, I'm looking at her driveway in the front. It looks beautiful. This is not, I don't think that you would have to qualify the entry in the rear to look like your front driveway.
Ok, pues si me dijeran cómo se pudiera hacer, estaría dispuesta a cooperar, ¿está bien?
Okay, well, if you would tell me how I need to do it, I'd be willing to cooperate. I agree.
I have no further questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is the structure, is it open underneath or is there walls?
No, está abierta.
No, it's open.
It's open. Is it orientated in a way that if you did build an opening there, you could drive a car underneath it and use it as a carport?
Sí, tal vez si se hace la entrada por un lado.
Yes, maybe if we did the entryway on the side.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm just going to throw out, what if we continue this case and let the applicant talk to the city more about different options they might have?
Yeah, let me close the public hearing. If we're done with questions for the applicant, we can always bring them back up and/or ask questions of the city staff, but no questions for the applicant right now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. You can go ahead and sit down, stay close in case we bring you back up for questions. Okay, Ms. Duffy, please. Now we're kind of in the conversation, discussion among the board members.
So I'm going to suggest a continuance, which I usually hate to do, but I think in this case, I mean, we can't decide here how much things are really going to cost them and what's really possible today, but I think it's worth having the discussion with the city first before we make a decision.
So that makes me question, if we did that, wouldn't we have to have a different variance request? I mean, it sort of would null and void the current request because changing it from a patio to a carport makes it a different variance.
Well, I think if we have a continuance, you know, in a perfect world, she's going to not need any variances, or she might want to alter she might want a different variance request. But instead of us deciding yes or no on something in particular today, maybe there's a better way or other options.
Well, if we, deciding no on a patio would not be influencing or impacting anything about a carport.
Would it create a cost for her to apply again?
It would either way, is my understanding. That's why I'm asking staff if it comes back, even if a carport needs a variance, it would be a different variance. I'm asking, I guess, Maribel, if, or legal.
So the case before us today is the applicant's request for a patio the size of 800 square feet, 12 foot tall. That is before us today. If the board can decide to act on this variance that's before us today. If the applicant does decide to explore options of converting this structure into a patio, they would have to coordinate with the transportation team as well as building permits. If it is determined that a variance will be required, as Maribel mentioned, the size of the structure is larger than the primary structure. A variance would need to be required to allow a accessory structure larger than a primary structure.
So there's really no need to continue because it doesn't buy them anything.
The applicant is currently proposing to reduce the size of that structure to 800 square feet, and potentially, if they decide to go the route of the carport, they still may decide to reduce the size of that structure to no longer require variance.
So, but if I look at the diagram of where they intend to cover the 800 square feet, it looks like a single-car carport instead of a two-car carport. That's what it looks like.
Well, and I would argue too that the carport idea is our idea in terms of,
Yeah.
you know, the applicant hasn't been able to kind of go back and get creative with staff. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just need to focus on what's in front of us, which is an 800 versus a 200 square foot patio. You know, for me, personally, the 2 feet of height doesn't bother me, but 800 versus 200 is pretty huge.
Yeah. Mr. Garza.
As we apply, not only as members of this quorum and as citizens who come, we learn things that we didn't know before. We apply for things. Sometimes we build things without permission, and then we get in trouble. So it's a growing learning experience for all parties. We came up with the carport idea thanks to Ms. Duffy, and what I'd like to do is make sure that the applicant doesn't incur any expenses because of her lack of knowledge. We're trying to help them get what they need without violating too many, you know, feelings or codes. So I ask that we consider whatever we do, she can come back here without incurring extra costs, and we help her solve this problem. And that's all. If we can keep that in mind.
Sure. And I feel the same way about variance A. I think that's a hard one for me. Variance B, I've got less concern about the height. So, just my 2 cents. Anybody else?
I'd like to add that at the beginning of this hearing, they indicated that there was a requirement for a variance in the front yard regarding the fence that would give us adequate time to add that to this case.
You're saying if we
continue.
If we continue
it.
Because otherwise, it's a brand-new application, which is much more expensive than just adding a variance.
Okay, so thank you for that. So if we continue this one, they can add on to the same application expense.
I believe that is correct,
Fence?
Maribel, or
Second variance, but it's less as part of the first variance than as a brand-new case.
not a new application.
Is that true, staff? Legal?
Yes, that is true.
Thank
We can add additional fees for additional variance or special exception.
Given that, if the applicant is fine with the continuance, I have no problem with it.
Do you want to bring the applicant up and ask that question? Or how does the board feel about that?
Sure.
Okay. If the applicant would come back up, please. So you can kind of get a feeling of what the discussion is and where we're going. One option you have is to request a continuance, where it would let you go back and work with city staff. You wouldn't incur additional fees. We just want to make sure if that's something that you're interested in doing.
Sí, estaría bien.
Yes, it would be fine.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant right now? She's up here. No? Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat.
Gracias.
Open for a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion that we continue case BAR 26066 until the next meeting to allow the applicant to work with city staff on alternative ways to deal with this structure.
Second.
Are you sure you want to limit it to 30 days? Just a question, because it might involve quite a bit if they do get with transportation and some of the other.
To continue this case until city has a chance to meet with her regarding other options.
So is it 30 or 60 days?
I'm just going to say until city has a chance to meet with her. We can do
Sounds
that.
like no time limit.
That leaves it open to staying there forever without, so
Okay, we got a
so
suggestion?
3 months or something like that.
Let's ask the applicant.
What's reasonable, Denisha?
Potentially 60 days may be reasonable.
Okay. So let's rewrite that motion however you'd like. So-
Please, go ahead and restate it.
So that she has up to 2 meetings to come back to us after meeting with city staff. Bob doesn't like it.
It's got to be date certain, so I'd say 60 days.
60 days.
60 days. Okay. That was a motion by Ms. Duffy, and I believe a second by Ms. Powell. Ms. Powell, did you want to second that
Yes.
amended motion? Okay, thank you. by
Second, the amended motion for the next meeting in 60 days.
Okay, but you're just going to second her motion, the amended motion?
Yes.
60 days, okay.
Second,
Thank
the
you.
amended motion for 60 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, could you please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, so the motion has been approved to continue this case, so we would ask you to work with city staff as early as tomorrow to come up with some options. Thank you. Okay, staff, could you please call the next case?
Mr. Chair, the next case is BAR-26-048. The applicant has requested a denial without prejudice, and the applicant is not present here. Would you like to move this case to the end of the agenda?
Yes, please. Let's move to the new cases. Number 3, BAC 26-018.
Board members and Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce our summer intern, Ellie Sandoval, who will be presenting the next case.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, there. This is BAC-26-018. The address is 1336 Rancho Canyon Way. The owner is Kroger Texas LP. The applicant is Edward Sign Service. Zoning F General Commercial. It's for a special exception for a monument sign with electronic changeable copy in commercial zoning district located on the western property line. Special exception B for a monument sign with electronic changeable copy in commercial zoning district located on the southern property line. The subject property is a 11.215 acres on the northwestern corner of Sandera Ranch Boulevard and Rancho Canyon Way. The subject property has a 1.47% overall slope from the western property line to the eastern property line. The property does not contain mature trees. The site is zoned F for general commercial and is going to be used as a grocery store with a gas station. The lot history, it's awaiting client reply. The applicant is requesting 2 special exceptions to allow electronic changeable copy ECC on a monument sign in a commercial zoning district. The zoning ordinance states in section 6.411A, electronic changeable copy signs may be permitted by special exceptions of the Board of Adjustments in commercial, industrial, mixed use, and a community facility zoning districts, subjects to certain conditions. 1. The presence of other electronic changeable copy signs in the vicinity. 2. The visibility from residential districts. 3. The street classification of the adjacent roadways. And 4. The proximity to scenic areas or corridors. There are no electronic changeable copy signs near the vicinity. There is residential neighborhoods near the vicinity. Sandera Ranch Boulevard and Rancho Canyon Way are minor arterial. The site is not within a scenic area or corridor. To allow electronic changeable copy ECC on a monument sign in a commercial zoning district, the proposed monument sign complies with the maximum allowable area. The proposed total sign is 72 square feet. The advertised area is 35.58 square feet. ECC portion of the sign is 5.5 square feet. The requested is 15.46% and the maximum is 25%. Special exception request regulation. This is the other part.
And here are the board actions. Thank you, Ellie.
Thank you very much. Don't go too far unless we have questions for you.
Don't go too
Is a-
Staff will take care of the questions.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
I have a question. We don't see on this documentation where the location is of those signs and proximity to the adjacent residential. Do we have some idea of that? We do? It's in there? I missed it.
Go back.
Sorry.
There was one that had the red M's, M1, M2 on there.
So the residential is located adjacent to the property.
Was there a site plan that you could pull up that had the two sign locations? I think it was either one before this. There it is. And my understanding that M1 and M2 is the location, is that right?
Ah,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
So you have to compare it to that aerial.
So the M1 location then is directly across the street from residential?
Yes. That is, the M1 is special exception B, the request for the monument sign on the southern property line, and M2 is special exception A.
I have a question for staff.
Ms. Freed, were you done?
Yeah, I think so. I would assume that the placement would be such that it would be visible from both directions of Rancho Canyon Way and not immediately facing the residential. Is that correct, Ms. Reyes?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the monument sign labeled M1 is on Rancho Canyon. That is across the street from the backyards of residential. And then the other one labeled M2 across Sendera Ranch Boulevard, that one also would be to the backyards of the residential property to the west.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Herrera, is your question?
That actually answered my question.
Ms. Duffy?
Quick question. Did Sendera Ranch Neighborhood Association receive this notification, and have we heard anything from them?
We did not receive any correspondence on this case.
I have a question.
Yes, sir, please.
Are the signs perpendicular to each road, or are they parallel to it? Meaning, are they, if you're traveling down the roads, you're going to see the sign as opposed to?
They would be perpendicular.
Okay, so they're not, they're
They're
across
not
this, they're
facing
facing the backyards of these, they're not really facing them, they're
Correct.
perpendicular to the
Yes.
backyards.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Reyes, and for the other presentation. Could we, is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Could you please come up, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
Good morning, Chris Edwards, Edwards Sign Service. I live at 239 West Davis in Duncanville, Texas. Well, you know, like she said, we meet all the city requirements as far as square footage and all that. And on the two signs, and it was just mentioned, the way that those signs are faced, those sign faces will be visible from the road. It's not like the signs would be turned and blaring into the back of the houses. So there would not be any illumination from there. It would just be visible from the street. That area is 3 foot by 6 foot. The areas that we're doing, it's changeable copy. It's not a reader board, so we'll just be displaying gas prices, just to let the customers know that there's gas available. it's pretty apparent that it's, with gasoline is today, it's like the customers know that it's there and available. So with that being said, we meet all the requirements, and we're here today to ask you for special permission to use changeable copy. I can answer any questions at this time.
Sounds good. You still have plenty of time if there's anything else you want to add.
No, love the new building.
Thanks. Wish I could take credit, but I can't.
You did a great job.
You still have plenty of time. Anything else you want to add, or?
No, we just appreciate the opportunity to come here and state our case.
Okay.
And like I said, the main thing is, we like to follow everything by the rules and do everything. We like to ask for permission, not forgiveness.
Sure.
That's why we're here today to ask for special permission to use LEDs, and it's just a great way to advertise, and we're looking forward to adding a service to the community in Fort Worth here that it's constantly growing.
That's great.
Yes.
We appreciate the spirit of your request.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in support? There's still a few minutes left. Yes, sir. Please come up. Please state your name, address, and any facts you'd like to include.
My name is Ron Ramsey. I live at 800 San Madrid Trail in Fort Worth, just behind this development. I am the real estate construction project manager. I oversee this construction of this site. So we're asking for the electronic copy and our monument signs to show our customers the sign.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer? You can pull that mic. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
The signs do not face any houses. They face the 7-Eleven to the west, and they face the stormwater area that's to the east, between us and the Lennar housing development there to the behind us. The other sign on Sendero Ranch Road faces 7-Eleven and faces north. And the ends would face, there's a commercial development on the other side from the 7-Eleven and a small residential area there. So we're just, this is our second Kroger that we have built here. Last year we opened one on Bonds Ranch with electronic changeable copy. We got approved there as well. So we just appreciate the city working with us to allow our changeable signs for our customers. And so I thank you for your time, please.
Sure. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. There's still a few more minutes if anybody's here in support, like to speak in support of this case. Okay, having seen none, I will ask for any opposition. Is there any opposition here that would like to speak on this case? Okay, having seen no opposition, I am going to move to questions from the board for the applicant.
This is Johnston. Is the
Sir, if you would come back up, and make sure you're addressing which individual. You want the applicant?
Sir. Sign man?
is the portion of the sign that's electronically changeable, is that only relating to gas prices? Is there any possibility that that sign could be converted to anything other than gas prices?
No, it can only be used for gas prices.
Okay.
It's not a message center, so it can't. It won't say 12-pack Coca-Cola sales, anything like that. It's not a message center. The only purpose for the sign is to display gas prices.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And is that controlled on site? Or is that?
It is. It's a remote control system that is controlled inside the kiosk of the gasoline station.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions for the staff or for the applicant? Excuse me.
This is Trey with the City Attorney's Office. Just as a reminder for the board, we don't regulate the messages of signs, so you should not take that into consideration in your decision.
Sure. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
While we can't regulate content, we can regulate the size. I think it's a very small portion of the size of the overall monument sign, which is allowed. For that, I will move approval of AC 26018.
Sure. Let me close the public hearing in a second, and we'll come back to board discussion. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open up for board discussion of the case. Mr. Riley.
If there's no discussions, I recommend approval of BAC 26018, special exception A and B for the two different signs.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Ms. Duffy, is that right? Freed. Freed? Freed?
Yes.
Yes. Staff, we have a motion and a second. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we, excuse me, we have a motion to approve case BAC-26-018, special exceptions A and B, as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Bob Riley and second by Board Member Deborah Freed. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woldman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, congratulations. Your application's been approved. If you have any questions or need anything from city staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Staff, if we could please move to the next case, BAR-26-054. We're ready when you are.
Good morning, everyone. The next case is BAR, excuse me, BAR-26-054. The address of the property is 9720 Stony Bridge Road. The owners are Matthew and Amanda King. Applicant is Cooley O'Toole. The zoning is A5 One Family District. Members of the board, I would like to make one note. Due to a legal noticing error, your agenda shows 2 variances being requested. However, board cannot take action on variance B. Variance B is within director's approval and could potentially be administratively approved following board's action on variance A. The variance before us is variance A to the maximum non-habitable accessory structure size of 200 square feet for a lot between 5,000 to 9,999 square feet to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, which is a shed, to exceed the maximum allowed cumulative square feet of non-habitable accessory structure. The maximum permitted non-habitable accessory structure is 200 square feet on a lot this size, and the applicant is requesting a structure of 320 square feet. The subject property contains a single-family home as a primary use and is located on an interior lot in an established neighborhood. The lot is rectangular in shape and was platted without an alley. The property is relatively flat and contains an approximate average slope of less than 1%. The property is approximately 6,575 square feet in area, contains a mature tree, and is not located within a floodplain. Variance A, the applicant is requesting a variance to exceed the maximum allowable cumulative area of non-habitable accessory structures. Section 5.301B1A1 limits the cumulative area of non-habitable accessory structures to 200 square feet on a residential lot between 5,000 and 9,999 square feet in size. The ordinance further provides that the maximum square footage is cumulative of all non-habitable accessory structures located on the lot, excluding private garages, private carports, and private porte-cocheres. According to the submitted site plan, the subject property contains 2 non-habitable accessory structures, storage sheds. One storage shed measures 128 square feet, and the second storage shed measures 192 square feet. The structures are located 4 feet apart and measures 9 feet in height. The combined area of the 2 storage sheds is 320 square feet, exceeding the maximum allowed cumulative area by 120 square feet. Here's the site plan that shows the 2 sheds and the setbacks. The lot coverage that includes the primary structure, which is approximately 2,246 square feet, and the 2 sheds with a cumulative square footage of 320 square feet, is 39%, where the ordinance allows a maximum of 50% lot coverage. If the variance requests are approved, the applicant is required to meet all of the development standards and regulations. Here's the elevations of the shed. Here are the regulations for the lot size and non-habitable accessory area square footage. And here are the board actions. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff?
Ms. Duffy?
What, it appears that there's what's in the backyard back there behind the yard? Is that storm drain, or what is that back there?
The applicant may be able to answer the questions.
I noticed there were two support petition signers. Do you know, Ms. London, if those are next door neighbors, or do you know anything about where those residences are?
Do we have the address for those? We can confirm who the support petitions are from. Give us a second to take a look at the map.
Okay. And obviously, we can ask the applicant as well.
This is a letter from the applicant.
Mm-hmm.
Is there another one?
In the docket, there's a support petition with two names and two addresses. The addresses are on there. I think one's 9721.
16. The one's 16.
Yeah, 9716 and 9721 Stony Bridge.
We can ask the applicant, but I assume that the 16 is next door and 21 is
Across the street, right.
That's what it appears to be, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. London.
Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, the facts about your case. State your name, your address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Coley O'Toole, Texas Roof Rescue. Address 6370 Lansdale, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm here representing Matthew King, the property owner, and he can answer who the signatures are on that petition. It's pretty much, I think, the neighbor to the east and one across the street, and he can address that if he needs
Sure.
further questions. Has everyone read the letter I sent in, or I can reread it?
If you'd like to, you have 7 minutes. So.
Okay, I'll reread the letter. I'm supporting of the variance request to a 4-foot minimum setback from the west property line at 9720 Stony Bridge Road, Fort Worth, Texas. When I initially prepared to construct the 192 square foot storage shed for my client, I contacted the city of White Settlement for guidance. I was instructed that the structure under 200 square feet did not require a building permit and that a 4-foot setback from the nearest fence line was sufficient. However, when I subsequently attempted to pull a permit to run electrical wire into the shed, allowing my client to utilize the space for storage and charging yard equipment, I discovered that this property was annexed from White Settlement by the city of Fort Worth many years ago. It was at this point I learned that Fort Worth's regulations require a 5-foot setback from the property line for the type of structure. Because the shed was built under a good faith understanding and incorrect municipalities' guidelines, we're respectfully asking for a variance to approve the current 4-foot setback. Appreciate your time for the consideration. I can say that the current setback right now is on one point, it's 4 feet 6 inches, the other point, it's 4 feet 3 inches. And I know that there's 2 sheds on the docket there. Really, we built the one shed, we moved the other one over. You can literally lift it up and move it. And it keeps the yard equipment right now. If this variance A gets approved, we just want to move all that equipment into the new shed and he was going to dispose of the other shed. So that's why the application did not have a variance for request for a B shed. That's up to the client if he wants to keep the shed or not, if you all approve that. That's all I have at this time.
Sure, and you still have plenty of time if you or the applicant would like to speak. It's up to you all.
Mr. King may want to say something.
Sure. Sir, if you would please state your name, address, anything you'd like to add.
Matthew King, 9720 Stony Bridge Road, Fort Worth, Texas, 76108. The two signatures that I have, Nathan Hines is the address. I have to think now, like if I'm walking out of my house, I always take a left, so I guess that.
Can you make sure and speak in that mic? You can pull it closer.
It's always, it's the house to the left, and the address, one across from me is J. Nayung. It's French. It's, I would have the other signature on to the right of me, but he's just a renter, so so I felt like I couldn't get him to sign anything, if that answers any questions about that.
Yep. And we'll get to questions here in a minute from the board, but again, you still have a few more minutes if there's anything else you'd like to add.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. There's still a few more minutes if there's anybody else who would like to speak here in support of this case. Okay, having seen none, I will move to anyone here that would like to speak in opposition to this case. You would have 7 minutes. Okay, also having seen none, we are going to move to questions from the board for the applicant. Yes, sir, Mr. Riley.
I have a question of the applicant.
Would y'all go ahead and come back up, whichever one you, and make sure you address it to which one, but.
It was stated during your testimony that the second shed that was existing prior to putting in the new one would be removed. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to ask staff, if that one is removed,
Variance.
why would you even have to have this variance?
So the application document did not include that second shed would be removed, and the site plan also did not label that shed to be removed. So we considered it as the cumulative square footage that would require variance, and we also communicated with the applicant the two sheds being considered was the reason for the variance. However, if the applicant does not wish to keep one of the sheds, then a variance is not required.
So I would ask the question, if we were to deny this request, they could only be allowed to put the one shed that has recently been constructed on the site by right.
Yes, if the case is denied, they will have to pull building permits. They'll only be allowed 200 square feet maximum, so whichever shed they decide, one will have to be removed.
And if we approve this, they could add another shed.
If you approve it, they can have 320 square feet of non-habitable accessory area, which combined is the two sheds that are currently on the property.
Can I, so, we haven't actually heard from the homeowner yet about whether he's intending to tear down that 100 feet, but we could approve a variance that lasts for 180 days, that he has to get rid of that extra 100 square feet?
All they have to do is revise the site plan saying to be removed.
Not, so we don't even have to approve the variance, right?
That would be mine.
Could we ask the homeowner?
Yes.
Is that really your intention?
Yeah, if your intention is to take that down, I don't think you might have heard, but because right now we are not considering the second variance for the side setback. We're only looking, us as a board today, at the size. So if your intention is to move your equipment into the new shed, then it's a moot point. We can, there's no need for us to approve this variance. So what is your intention?
Yeah, the old shed, the floor is falling apart. And it's been around for a bit, so that's why I wanted to build a nice new one.
Okay.
But it's still got all my lawn mowing equipment and everything in it.
So I guess
what's your intention? What are you going to do? You going to tear down the old one?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
So Help me understand then, all that would need to be done is to put in a new site plan that indicates the old shed would be removed, is that correct?
Yes, the site plan will not have to be submitted to the Board of Adjustments team. It would have to be submitted with the building permits for the new shed.
Okay.
I have a question. Are you still being held up on the electrical, or did you get all that situated?
Oh, no, I'm held up.
Until this happens. Okay, so if we denied variance A, no harm, no foul, because you could just put in a new plan, and then the there could be administrative approval or not, because that's out of our control on the side setback. Is that correct?
It's true, and I think it would be with, or you need to think about with or without prejudice. So, with, obviously, there would be a time-bound limit to that. Without, they could come back and resubmit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If they wanted to come back here. So when you talk about denial.
Mm-hmm. So a denial without prejudice would, thank you.
If he discovers his lawn equipment doesn't all fit and he decides he wants the variance, we do without, okay?
Correct. I mean, and again, that's a proposal, right? With is more restrictive.
Okay.
Without is not.
And just as a reminder, a standard denial is considered with prejudice. So unless you want it to be with, you have to state without prejudice.
Yep. Thank you. We're still in the questions for the applicant phase, so any other questions for the applicant at this point from the board?
One more. Is the electrical issue, is that a permitting issue, or is that just, you just haven't moved it over yet?
Oh, I mean, we just didn't, I didn't want to go to the permit because
Can you make sure it's
I've
speaking?
never been in this situation before in front of the city, so I didn't know what we were going to expect, but it looks like everybody's always in support of the public, and I like what you guys are doing here, so I just didn't want to get a permit and do all that work and have him spend more money, because I wasn't sure how strict the 4 to 5 feet and all that came out to, so.
Okay.
And just for the record, the variance request or building, the variance would not have any dealings with the electrical. It'd just be handled through their building permitting phase.
Can I add, so in my variance request, it was 192 square feet. Yeah, on the site plan, I did put the other shed on there. I mean, I could have just removed it off there, but I just put it 192. And then when I got approval that we were going to the board, the numbers changed to 320. So I think things have switched around and changed a little bit. But really, I just wanted to represent that the shed is 192 square feet. That's what I built. It's the most beautiful shed in the whole neighborhood, I promise you. And but now I think the discussion's moved into 2 sheds, and
yeah, we appreciate you coming to help your
feels
customer.
if he wants to take a gamble and try to get the approval for 320, so that we don't spend more time trying to wait on the project being finished. I don't know what to go in that direction.
Okay. No, I think this has been helpful for us just to understand kind of what the intentions are and what the plan is going forward. Did you have a question?
No, I was just saying, we appreciate you standing by your customer and helping him out.
Yeah, for
This
sure.
process.
Sir,
Please.
may I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Are you willing if you are remove this, I guess it would be the first shed, if we make amendments to that, based on the amendments for approval, that you had to remove the first shed, would you be willing to do that to move forward?
You talking about the first shed, the new one that's just built, or the original one?
I'm talking about the original.
Oh, the original one can go over the fence. We can toss that, no problem. This one is concrete pad. It's built well, and he's got collectibles he wants to put in there and just keep it, move stuff out of the garage and all the yard equipment. So that one would be a hard one to sell.
So question to staff and legal, if we make those, put that in the amendment for approval, could we do that so that they can move forward with this project?
I think you could legally do that. It sounds like their intention is to get rid of that other
Right.
shed, so I don't think you need to do that, because A denial of this variance would only allow them a certain, their standard 200 square feet that they would be meeting if they got rid of the first shed. So you certainly could do that, but then they would have 320 square feet among however many sheds, regardless of tearing down that first one, versus it sounds like they just need the 200 square feet for the one. So yes, to answer your question, you could legally do that. It sounds like that may not be necessary, but that's up to the board.
Thank you.
So I'd like to propose a
Thank you.
motion that we deny this variance without prejudice, giving them a little flexibility since we've caused them grief already, give them flexibility if they had to come back for some reason.
I have,
Yeah, real quick. So we're still in the public hearing with the applicant. No, you're fine. Questions for the applicant, Mr. Garza, go ahead.
Yeah, this
But
question
keep,
is
keep
for-
that thought, Ms. Duffy. Okay.
What do you want?
Can you pull that mic close? Thanks.
I guess like Coley said, I was still under the thought we were just talking about 4 to 5 feet and not 1 or 2 sheds. So I'm trying to get my mind to follow that. I just want to be able to just get rid of that shed so we can just get approved for the accidental, like making it just slightly too close to the fence, so we can start the project. Because right now it's like I said, we've not even touched it since we discovered this error, and so it's been sitting there for 2-3 months, over 2 months now, and I just would like to get it finished up so I can clear some stuff out.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you very much. And we're just for background, we're figuring out how we administratively handle this, and so that's why we're asking you a bunch of questions about your intentions and that kind of thing. So, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. You can go sit down, hang tight in case we have more questions, but I will open this up to board discussion. Ms. Duffy,
Discussion?
please.
So I'm going to restate that motion to deny without prejudice, giving them some flexibility in case they make some sort of changes here in their mind in the next 2 years.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Staff, if you would, please perform a roll call vote. Motion by Ms. Duffy, a denial without prejudice for variance A.
Okay,
Is
thank
that, I want to be correct, is that
Variance A.
variance A?
Right.
And a second by Mr. Hook.
I'll just restate that. We have a motion to deny variance A without prejudice for case BAR-26-054. Motion made by Board Member Duffy and second by Board Member Hook. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion to deny without prejudice passes.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to go ahead and take action on variance B at this point?
No.
Okay, that'll be administratively.
Yes, and there is a legal noticing error with variance B, so the board can't take action on that.
Okay, but that'll probably be handled at the staff level.
It will be.
administratively. Okay. Sir, we appreciate your application and all the facts about your case. The staff will be with you as early as tomorrow to kind of explain what the next steps will be for this process. Thank you. Thank you. All right, staff, let's move on to the next case. EAR-26-065.
Can we take a restroom break?
Sure, let's take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 10:27 on the dot. All right, it is 10:27. I'm going to keep us moving. Let's go ahead and restart our hearing. Ms. Reyes, are you presenting on the next case? Okay. It is BAR-26-065. We're ready when you are.
The next case is BAR-26-065, located at 853 River Road. The property owner is Texas for Land LLC, and the applicant is New Pad Building Company. The property is Zone B, two-family district. The applicant is requesting two variances related to the construction of a new duplex development. The first request is a variance to the parking location requirements for a duplex development within the B two-family district. The zoning ordinance requires that the 4 required parking spaces for a duplex containing 3 bedrooms in each unit be located behind the front building wall. The applicant is requesting approval to allow 2 of the required parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The second request is a variance to the projected front yard setback requirement. The minimum required projected front yard setback is 31 feet, and the applicant is requesting a projected front yard setback of 20 feet, resulting in a deficiency of 11 feet. The subject property is a vacant 5,767 square foot corner lot located within a redeveloping neighborhood. The property was replatted in 2025 and does not have alley access. Staff notes the property does not contain floodplain, mature trees, or significant environmental constraints. Staff identified the following history for the property. BAR-25-099, a Board of Adjustments case involving parking requirements and driveway coverage, was approved on October 15, 2025. However, this case expired and the applicant was required to return to the Board of Adjustments again. However, the applicant updated the site plan and no longer needed the variance related to driveway coverage. And PB 26-01187 is a residential new building permit for construction of a duplex, and it's currently awaiting a client response, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is proposing to construct 2 attached 3-bedroom dwelling units on a single lot. Each unit is proposed to contain approximately 1,513 square feet, resulting in a total building area of approximately 3,026 square feet under roof, and the applicant is requesting 2 variances associated with the proposed development. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow 2 parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The zoning ordinance requires 4 parking spaces for a duplex with 3 bedrooms in each unit. These spaces are required to be located behind the front building wall, and the applicant proposes to provide an attached 1-car garage for each unit, and the remaining 2 required parking spaces will be located within the driveway area in front of the front building wall. And as a result, the applicant is requesting a variance to permit 2 of the required parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 20-foot projected front yard setback where a minimum 31-foot setback is required, resulting in a deficiency of 11 feet. The property is a corner lot and is adjacent to 6204 Big Bend Street along its southern property line. Under section 6.101 of the zoning ordinance, when a corner lot abuts the side of a lot facing the intersecting street, the side yard becomes a projected front yard and must equal the front yard setback of the adjacent property. The adjacent property at 6204 Big Bend Street has an established front yard setback of approximately 31 feet. Therefore, the subject property is required to provide a minimum projected front yard setback of 31 feet along the southern property line, and the applicant is proposing a projected front yard setback of 20 feet, resulting in a deficiency of 11 feet. If the requested variances are approved, the applicant would still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards, zoning regulations, and building permit requirements. And these are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-065, and staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reyes. Any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So it's Zone B, 2-family. Could they build a single-family home there?
Yes.
And if they did, then they wouldn't have some of these potential challenges with the parking, I would presume.
It depends on the size of the one single-family house.
Okay, thank you
How
very
many
much.
bedrooms it would have.
True, thank you.
Do you have a zoning map of this neighborhood? Are they the only lot zoned B? So all the other ones are A5?
No, I think all the darker gold is B. Looks like.
I don't see. So our lot is the gray one.
Yes.
But everything in
Everything
Oh, I
in
see.
the B Is all over here.
Pretty much all of it's B except the two really light yellows.
Correct.
Okay. And when was that zoning adopted for that neighborhood? Because it doesn't look like any Bs have been built in the neighborhood yet, right? They're all existing legacy homes.
I would have to check.
I was not able to locate a zoning change on this property, so it may be that the B zoning district is the original zoning district for this area.
B wasn't even created till like in the last 10 years, right?
B? B's been,
Now, how long has B been around?
yeah, it's been out here for a long time.
These houses have been around a long time.
Very long.
Any other questions for staff?
Do we know what the actual setback is of the neighboring property? Basically, that I think that's I think it's the house with the circle drive.
It's based off of this one, the setback.
31 feet.
Based off,
Oh, sorry.
based off the next.
Yes, the next door property is 31 feet.
This is Johnston. Is the front of the house on Big Bend Street or
It's on River.
it's on River? Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes, please come up, state your name, address, and facts about the case. You have 7 minutes total.
Hello, my name is Casey Dudley. My address is 721 The Cottages Drive in Godley. I'm here on behalf of NewPad. So, facts about the case. We were here last year in October. You guys approved our variances then. Our site plan has not changed. Our variance expired, not necessarily a little bit of fault. We should have applied for an extension, so we'll take that accountability there. However, one thing that's not noted in the report is we were required to do a sewer extension for our taps. So our building permit was pulled back in January. It took the water department about 4 months to design our sewer extension. We have already paid $17,000 into our sewer extension, and now once that was approved, we went to complete our building permit, and unfortunately, our variance had expired. So we're back. To answer Ms. Duffy, we have built duplexes on Mustang. A couple years ago, we built 3 duplexes on Mustang. There are other duplexes in that area. The only thing that's kind of new this time is that projected setback. I had spoke with Emily about that. It seems it was maybe honestly just missed last time. That house that is behind us is not brand new. That's not a new setback, but it was not brought to our attention last time. If we build, like you asked, a single family home on that lot, we wouldn't have enough room to put a 2-car garage. Even our smallest plan, which I've adjusted and brought to the board before, that received approval on Marlin Street a few months ago, that plan with a 2-car garage would still exceed into this projected front yard setback. If we wouldn't be able to build a duplex at all, but really it wouldn't be much of an option to even build a single family there. Another thing just possibly to consider, not sure if this holds weight to you guys, but we do already have somebody under contract, a first-time home buyer, actually, to buy this duplex. He's supposed to move in November, and so he is being very patient, waiting with us, but he is excited to become a resident of Fort Worth, and so we are just trying to continue on with his expectations as well as ours, as we thought this was approved last year. So that's all I've got. If y'all have any questions, I'll answer those.
Or you still have plenty of time if you have anything else you want to add.
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this case? Still a few minutes left. Okay, is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition? Okay, having seen none, we will move to questions from the board of the applicant.
This is Johnston.
Please go ahead.
Is the variance that was granted that then expired, did that have the same setbacks as what you're proposing here?
Yes, sir, it did. However, like I said, the variance was missed for the projected setback last time. So we were approved with this exact same plan. However, that wasn't a variance at the time. It was just the driveway coverage and the parking. So when the site plan was submitted this time, maybe systems have updated, you know, there's ways to measure that staff maybe didn't have before. We believed that house behind us was a 20-foot setback. That's how it was noted on the previous site plan in October. And so it was never, the projected front yard setback was never brought to the board. So like I said, our site plan has not changed. This is a very irregular type of lot already, the shape of it. So we haven't changed our plan. We haven't changed the movement, like anywhere where the structure will be situated, because we already had to design something that fit there the first time.
And I did observe that the shape of the lot is unusual.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know what you would call it in geometry. And so is that the basis for your contention that you have an unreasonable hardship that was not created by yourself that would support a variance?
Yes, sir. The lots were already platted before we purchased them, so we did not plat these lots.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
The house right next door is 31 foot back. The next house down, Big Ben, appears to be closer than 31 feet. Is that correct? I don't know if that's the applicant or the staff.
Not sure the applicant would know that, but staff, do you know that question?
Give us 1 second. We can do an approximate measurement.
It's the house that has the circular drive. Looks like a new home too, because it looks like new concrete.
Mm-hmm. Just give us a minute while they
No problem.
look that up.
Looks like you've already done some work on the property, or some framing been done, or some,
No, they started just getting dirt out there, trying to build up for the pads.
okay.
Trying to get ahead of pads, you know, a little bit if we can, just before winter comes. So
Okay.
they took some dirt out there.
I thought I saw foundations somewhere, not foundation, but
Forms?
forms.
Yes, but those forms actually have to be pulled up because they're already been warped by some weather.
I got you. Thank you.
Staff, you're all able to pull up that setback.
Just an approximate measurement, it appears that home may be set back 20 feet. We don't know if that's just from the aerial view. We don't know if that home has a porch or if those are the eaves that may be projecting further from the front wall. We are checking for the building permit on that home to confirm the setbacks.
Did the city do away with lot averaging? That if you had houses along the street face, that you did an average?
Like a setback average.
For setback average? Seemed like that was in the code at one time.
I don't think it is now.
Yes.
It really doesn't matter. But
So it does matter because the city has decided that this neighborhood, obviously a neighborhood with lots of really older houses, is they want it to become duplexes or something more closer to multifamily, which is impossible to do with the zoning code the way it's written currently, unless every single person comes in and gets strange, odd variances to try to build a home. So in our rules of procedure for this board, in the previous version and the version the city adopted in November, we have allowance to suggest to the zoning commission some changes to the zoning code. We have never done that in the 5 years I've been associated with the board, but I think this projected front yard thing does not help our city in any sort of way. We have a little case later today where maybe that was the intention of that particular piece of code at some point, but most all the time this projected front yard gets us in a lot of trouble, and I think we could make suggestions to the zoning board, and I would like to put that on the agenda for the next meeting, that we address that, because it's this type of builder wants to build some affordable housing, which everybody in the city wants. We talk about that all the time. But it doesn't make it more affordable if they have to come to our board to get a variance for something that doesn't even make sense.
Well, I would disagree with you. I think it makes sense. And I'm glad that this process exists. Excuse me. But in general, if you've got a very established neighborhood and you put infill development in, I think that it's good to have that as sort of a provision that protects those who are already invested in the neighborhood.
Well, and we will see an example of that, I think, later in this particular agenda.
Yeah,
but most of the time, we're trying to change this neighborhood over. The idea of rezoning a neighborhood is because you're trying to say, what is this going to be in the future when these older homes come down? And our zoning code is not helping in any sort of way here.
I think the B2 family has been on the books for years, and the original intent of B2 was for mother-in-laws, servants, those kinds of things that would help support a family. So there are massive amounts of property inside the city of Fort Worth that are zone B2, but were developed as A1. So, and the appropriate action, if we were wanting to act on building setbacks, front yard particularly, it'd be something that the zoning commission would need to take care of. It's not the review of our board to do that. All we can do is
It is the purview of our board to make, to make suggestions.
Correct. We can make a suggestion. I don't see it as
No,
need to be on an agenda.
I think it's a good point, and if we can pin it and put it either at the end of today's agenda and/or at the next agenda, but I think it's a good discussion that we have.
And be on today's agenda because
It's already been noticed, right? But I think it's a good point that you bring up.
To answer the question regarding setbacks, our ordinance allows us to take into account the setbacks of the home on either side nearest to the street. And so with this one, the home that's nearest to the street is 31 feet. And so that home creates the projected front yard setback. And the applicant also owns the property next door along River, which we'll see in the next case. So the applicant of this case is setting the setback standards for the front yard along River. It's along Big Bend, since there is an existing structure immediately adjacent, that home sets the setback standards.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? We're still in the question phase. Okay.
Can I just say one thing before y'all close me? Whenever I was here last time, one of y'all's biggest concerns was we didn't want to do on-street parking. So that's why the properties are, like the driveways are longer, so that way we can, yes, the units each have a one-car garage, but it's placed where it is so that we can have those longer driveways to keep cars off of the street for the people who do live there. I know that's annoying whenever, you know, your community starts turning into cars everywhere, so.
Okay, Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I ask for any opposition to this case. Is there any opposition that's here? They would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to go back to board questions for the applicant. Are there any other questions that we have regarding this case? We'd like to talk to the applicant. Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to discussion among the board. Yes, sir.
On this particular applicant has been working with us really well through an oversight. They ran into having to come before us again, and so I don't see a problem with what they're requesting on both variances. We've already said yes. They've got investment in the community. They're trying their best to make sure that they, cross their T's and dot their I's. So I don't see a problem with this at all.
I agree.
Any other discussion or a motion?
Like to make a
I'll
motion?
make a motion.
Go ahead.
For BAR 26-065, that we approve both variants A and B as requested. Is that okay with you, Mr. Johnson?
Okay, Mr. Separation, I would love to have separate votes, yes.
Okay, at this point then, with two separate votes, approve BAR 26-065, voting first on variance A.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Alrighty, was that Mr. Gotcha, Mr. Whitten. All right, staff, could you please perform a roll call vote on the motion for variance A?
Yes, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-065. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed, second by Board Member Jim Whitten. The vote will be taken separately. Roll call vote for variance A. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell. That's a yes from Board Member Lucretia Powell. Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Motion variance A is approved.
Okay. Do we have any discussion or a motion on variance B?
I think Ms. Freed motion was for both.
Yeah, we're just
Okay.
voting separately.
Okay, so we are going to go with the same motion and second for variance B. Staff, could you please perform the roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell. That's a yes from Board Member Lucretia Powell. Stacy, can you
Check her mic.
activate her microphone, please? Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Variance A passes. B, I'm sorry, variance B.
Yeah, both A and B have passed, so congratulations. Both of those variances have passed. If you have any questions about this case, please reach out to staff as early as tomorrow. And I think we'll see you here in a second. Staff, we are ready for the next case, BAR-26-061.
The next case is BAR-26-061, located at 901 River Road. The property owner is Texas for Land LLC, and the applicant is New Pad Building Company. The property is Zone B, two-family district. The applicant is requesting two variances associated with the construction of a new duplex development. The first request is a variance to the parking location requirements within the B, two-family district. The zoning ordinance requires that the 4 required parking spaces for a duplex containing a 3-bedroom in each unit be located behind the front building wall. The applicant is requesting approval to allow 2 of the required parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The second request is a variance of the driveway coverage requirements for 1 and 2 family residential uses. The zoning ordinance limits driveway coverage to 50% of the front yard area, measured between the front property line and the closest location on the structure. The applicant is requesting approval for 56% driveway coverage within the front yard. The subject property is a vacant 5,391 square foot lot located within a redeveloping neighborhood. The property was replatted in 2025 and does not have alley access. Staff notes the property does not contain a floodplain, mature trees, or significant environmental constraints. Staff identified the following history for the property: BAR-25-100, a Board of Adjustment case involving parking requirements and driveway coverage, was approved on October 15th, 2025. However, this variance request has expired and the applicant is required to go before the board again. PB 26-01188, a residential new building permit for construction of a duplex, is currently awaiting client response. The applicant is proposing to construct 2 attached 3-bedroom dwelling units on a single lot. Each unit is proposed to contain approximately 1,513 square feet, resulting in a total building area of approximately 3,026 square feet under roof, and the applicant is requesting 2 variances associated with the proposed duplex development. Variance request A is to permit 2 parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The zoning ordinance requires 4 parking spaces for a duplex containing 3 bedrooms in each unit, and those required parking spaces must be located behind the front building wall. The applicant proposes to provide an attached 1-car garage for each dwelling unit, and the remaining 2 required parking spaces will be provided within the driveway area located in front of the front building wall. As a result, the applicant is requesting a variance to permit 2 of the required parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. Variance request B is to allow 971 square feet of paved surface, resulting in 56% driveway coverage in the front yard. As measured between the front of the structure and the front property line, the area between the front of the structure and the front property line is 1,285 square feet, and the maximum driveway coverage permitted by right is 50%, or 642.50 square feet. If the requested variances are approved, the applicant would still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards, zoning regulations, and building permit requirements. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-061, and staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you very much. I know the applicant's here, so please, would you please come forward, state your name, address, and facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Casey Dudley. I'm here for New Pad Building Company. My address is 721 The Cottages Drive in Godley. Same situation here. One thing I would just note is, again, nothing has changed about this plan, but we really can't get out of the driveway coverage to meet the setbacks, right? I mean, those houses have garages, so they need a driveway to get to them, and we're meeting the neighboring setback on River Road as well as what we build at 853. I don't think coming for a variance to try to be closer to the road I wouldn't even want to do that. You know, it messes with the visuals. So I will just answer any questions that you may have on this project, but our stance is the same.
Sure, and you still have plenty of time. Just want to leave that open for you.
It's okay.
Okay. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in support of this case? Okay, having seen none, any that are here to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open up to questions from the board for the applicant.
Yeah, it looks as though it might be possible if you would bring up the drawing again that shows, yes, that one. It looks as the way that because these parking driveways are significantly wide, that it might be feasible to park a car there and still be able to get another one in and out of the garage. Is that?
You mean width-wise or length? Width?
Right.
Width of the driveway?
The driveway?
From the width and the length, because you can have it, especially the one on the right, you could have the car in the driveway pretty forward. I don't know.
Let me check the width really quick, if that's okay.
Sure.
Of the driveway. I don't think it is a full,
okay,
like 2-car driveway by any means. It
Okay.
may be 11 feet wide. I'm just
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping.
There was a surveyor site plan in the docket, yeah, that said 11.
And then we do, with this plan, we have, before when we have enough room, ran a driveway on one side.
Right, I've
But-
seen those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we don't have enough room. If you see, it's 10 and 10, 10, 10 on that setback, which the driveway could go in the setback, but it still wouldn't be 11 feet wide. So then they're getting their car over there, but you really can't even walk, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
This is Johnston. Again, we have an unusually shaped lot. Is the shape of the lot the condition under which you are needing the variance for the driveway coverage?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We can have a discussion among the board. Ma'am, if you would just sit right there in case we have more questions for you. I'll open it up to discussion and/or motions.
I'll move that it be approved as submitted, probably with 2 votes to head off Mr. Johnston.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve A and B and a second by Ms. Powell, but we are going to separate the votes. Staff, if you could please perform a roll call vote.
Yes, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-061 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Jim Whitten and second by Board Member Lucretia Powell. The vote will be taken separately. Variance A, Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Variance A passes. Variance B, Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Variance B passes.
Okay, congratulations, ma'am. Both variances have passed for this case. So if you have any questions or need anything else from staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. All right, staff, let's move on to the next case, BAR-26-056. We're ready when you are, Ms. Reyes.
The next case is BAR-26-056, located at 429 Virginia Place. The property owner is Johnny Tel Parker, and the applicant is Brigati PLLC. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the projected front yard setback requirement for a corner lot. The minimum required projected front yard setback is 35 feet, and the applicant is requesting a projected front yard setback of approximately 30 feet 2 inches, resulting in a deficiency of approximately 4 feet 10 inches. The subject property is located on a corner lot within an established residential neighborhood and was originally platted without alley access. According to the Tarrant County Appraisal District, the property contains approximately 7,275 square feet and is currently developed with a single-family residence. The property contains several mature trees and does not contain a floodplain or other significant environmental constraints. Staff notes there's an approximate 2.75% downward slope across the property, beginning near the northeastern property boundary and extending toward the southwestern property boundary. The applicant is proposing an addition to the existing single-family residence and is requesting a variance related to the required projected front yard setback. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 30-foot 2 inches projected front yard setback where a minimum 35-foot setback is required, resulting in a deficiency of 4 feet 10 inches. The southern side yard of the subject property is considered a projected front yard because it abuts a property facing the intersecting street. The adjacent property located at 3920 West 4th Street has an established front yard setback of approximately 35 feet. And Section 6.101 of the zoning ordinance states that when a corner lot abuts the side of a lot facing the intersecting street, the side yard becomes a projected front yard and must be equal to the front yard setback of the adjacent property. As a result, the subject property is required to maintain a projected front yard setback of approximately 35 feet along the southern property line, and the applicant is proposing a setback of approximately 30 feet 2 inches, resulting in a deficiency of approximately 4 feet 10 inches. And if the requested variance is approved, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards, zoning regulations, and permitting requirements. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-05 and staff is available to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you very much. Let's start with questions from the board for staff.
So the entire addition is going up.
I circled here where the addition is being made.
So this is actually an addition. I'm sorry, I'm close to lunchtime. So this is an addition on the first floor over there, that pink? Or that's a second story addition?
Let me move to elevations. So everything highlighted in red is what is being proposed as the addition.
And how many feet is that sticking out from the house as it sits now?
The drawings does not indicate, but if you give us a second, we can do an approximate measurement, or the applicant may be able to provide further clarification on that distance. Are there any other questions?
And then I'm just confirming from what I'm looking at here, this is a porch now.
Looks like there's like an existing structure on the property line, but they're taking, and again, I'm projecting on this, but it looks like they're taking that in, and we'll have to ask the applicant.
The late correspondence has some drawings. They're more detailed.
Any other questions while we pull these up?
There is a mature tree located in front of that home along 4th Street, so we are not able to confirm the approximate measurements of the existing home.
Does those pictures help, Ms. Duffy? Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes, please. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you will have 7 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you guys for being here today. I'm Lindsay Boren of Brigati PLC, a local Fort Worth architect and agent on the case. I would like to introduce you to my homeowners, Sarah and John Parker.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for seeing us. I've lived in Fort Worth my whole life, born and raised. Looking forward to continuing to raise my family here.
So today we're looking at one variance. The status of the project is in design. No construction, no permits, no nothing pulled. House is as is. Next slide. So this is the original plat from 1928. The property is shown in yellow. The irregular situation about this is the Y-shaped site, or the Y-shaped road, as well as the platted building lines. So the building lines of adjacent site are further back, and ours are closer in. Next slide. So this is a survey. The survey is dated 2026, so everything is current. The house, original house, was built in 1955. It's a single story. The homeowners purchased it in May of 2026, so they just bought the house. So everything is existing. Next slide. So setbacks for zoning. So in green, we have the projected front yard setback, which is 31.8 based on the house above it. The projected side yard setback, dashed in red, is 35 feet based on the neighbor's house on the right. The rear and side are both 5 feet. If you look, we colored the house in yellow, so you can see portions of the existing house are encroaching. That is acceptable to renovate. The only difference is if you want to enclose anything or do an addition, you have to get a variance. Next slide. The hardships on the site are the 14 mature trees. They're in red, looks like chicken pox. They are around 7 to 48 inches in diameter per the survey and located all over the site and very close to the house. You can see we have views from different angles. You can see how big the trees are and what it looks like and how you can barely see the house. Next slide. This is the existing front of the house, just so you kind of know what it looks like. Next slide. This is the side view. Please note the blue arrow. So the blue arrow in the top right picture is showing that side porch. This is, so you know what it looks like. And you can see the wall next to the side porch is what we're going to be talking about. So this side porch and wall next to it already go over the front yard, projected front yard setback. We can't do anything about it. It just happens to be there, right? Next slide. So the goals for this project, right, after we analyze the site, were save all the trees. The neighborhood really, really, really likes their trees. We are not going to add any more impervious yards, so no more driveway to the front yard. Too much driveway already. We're going to provide very minimal ground floor additions or none at all. That way we can save the trees and just, you know, be nice to the neighbors. We're going to do a second floor addition because they needed more space, but we want to match the neighborhood with the design. And we studied many, many options to try to come up with the best solution for the neighborhood and the clients. The owners were willing, and this is unusual, to change all of their desires to make this house work for the neighborhood. Next slide. So this is the comparison. The lower image is what we have today, and the upper image in red shows the only areas of the house that require a variance. So on the ground floor, we're going to enclose that porch, and I will tell you why. And the second floor, we just kept the variance going vertical. So the reason why we want to keep things vertical is, number one, to modify the foundation, we really have to dig, and we're trying not to dig to preserve the tree's roots. Number two is water. You want water to come vertically down and shed away from the house. So we're trying to keep good waterproofing and just keep within the box and be nice to our neighbors. Next slide. So ground floor, the reason why we are taking in this porch, because I promise I don't just take in porches lightly, this is a forever home. To create a forever home, if something happens within the next 60 years to them, they want to be able to have a shower, to take a shower. If you can see in the lower image, it will be a very small shower. And if they need, if they need to do this, let's just go ahead and do it, because you never know, you might just trip off the curb. Next slide. So this is the first floor on the left and the second floor on the right. You can see the only areas that need a variance are colored in red. We're not building any sheds. We're not going to come back to you guys. We're making enough space in the house to keep them within the house. Next slide. The design meets all other city ordinances and exceeds them. Side setback, rear setback, lot coverage, impervious area, number of parking spaces, and height of house. Next slide. In summary, we have one hardship, trees, 14 of them. There's no harm caused to adjacent properties. The design meets all other ordinance requirements and codes. And the homeowners did knock on every single door, which was a lot. Within the 300 radius, they talked to everybody. Anybody who answered the door signed. Anybody who didn't answer the door, they went around again and tried to get more signatures. Any comments any of the neighbors had, they addressed. Nobody had any comments. Everybody was really positive. That's all. Thank you guys for your time today.
Thank you. You still have about a minute, a little over a minute if you have anything else to add, or if the homeowners want to add anything. Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this case? Okay, having seen none. Anyone here to speak in opposition? Sure, go ahead and come forward, please. Would you state your name and your address and facts about your case?
Blaine Smith, and I live at 428 Virginia Place, right across the street. And I apologize, I'm sure you all did knock on my door, but I'm not there a lot. So my concern, and Becky DeLon, who lives across the street on 4th Street, is the trees. And I appreciate your interest in keeping the trees, because really Monticello neighborhood is about the trees. But I'm concerned how, with the big bur oak in the front yard and the ones in the backyard, how are you going to add on a second story with the proximity of the oak to the existing roof now?
Yeah, if you'll have a seat for a second. So right now we're just wanting to hear, not necessarily questions from you, we're wanting to hear any kind of questions or concerns that you have for us. We're going to go into a question period where we'll ask questions from the board, and we can kind of address those as well.
Okay.
But is there anything else you'd like to bring up beyond the trees?
No, I mean, I don't have any opposition to to enclosing the porch and encroaching on the existing property line. My concern is solely about the trees on that property, which are just spectacular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you
and
want?
they really impact the entire, I live on the corner lot across the street, and the trees at 429 really impact that entire part of the Monticello neighborhood.
Sure.
So that's my main concern.
Okay. Anything else you want to add? You still have time?
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll come back to those questions too. I promise the board will ask. So if you'll hang tight and listen to that. Anybody else who would like to speak in opposition? Okay. Oh, sure, ma'am, please. Sure. Come forward, state your name, address, and anything else you'd like to add.
I'm Becky DeLon, and I live across the street on 4th Street. And I love hearing how much you love your neighborhood. And I believe that. And thank you. I have the same concerns about the trees. I look out on 7 of them in the backyard. It's like Central Park looking out my front door. It's beautiful. And that's all. And I wasn't clear if any of them were going to be impacted. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's still a few more minutes if anybody wants to speak in opposition or has questions. Okay. Having seen no other speakers, I am going to go to questions from the board. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That's correct. You do have 3 minutes to rebut, for rebuttal, if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you guys, and thank you for your concerns. The main reason for not just tearing down and then digging down to get all of the pier and beam foundation is really to do the best thing for the trees. These people are somewhat insane. They're keeping every tree, regardless of whether it is bad for what a standard person would do. Most people would just tear up every tree within 20 feet of their house. They're like, we're just gonna keep them. And I'm like, okay, great. What if? And they're like, we're willing to make that sacrifice for the neighborhood to deal with the what if it does happen. Because we see in the pictures, can you go back to the front and side of the house? The trees are like coming over, which is gorgeous, and that's what they really love about the property. So we are going to not new build. We are going to make this work. They are going to keep all of the trees, just trim them up where we need to trim up so they stay off the roof. That's like, I don't have a client that would do this other than them, to be honest. They would just, let's start over. So they're doing this for you guys.
Thank you. You still have 3 minutes if you'd like to come up, ask any other questions, because they had time for a rebuttal. You also are given time. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to open it up to questions from the board of the applicant.
I don't have any questions, but I really appreciate, we see a lot of infill development and not a lot of people take into consideration the impact of what they're doing on their neighbors. And so I greatly respect that.
I would just like to say that thank you so much for being so very thorough in your presentation. And if there's not any more discussions on this particular case, I'd like to move to make a motion to approve, excuse me, to approve BAR 26056 as written.
Yes, ma'am. Hold that thought for one more minute while we ask for any more questions of the applicant. Anybody else would like to add anything or ask questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Ms. Powell, would you like to restate your?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to move to approve as written BAR 26056.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ms. Freed and a second from Ms. Freed. Staff, if we could please perform a roll call vote.
Thank you. Case BAR-26-056, motion made by Board Member Lucretia Powell and second by Board Member Deborah Freed to approve as requested by the applicant. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woldman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Should you have any questions or anything needed from staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. All right, staff, let's move to the next case. We are moving to BAR-26-067.
The next case is BAR-26-067, located at 3633 Washburn Avenue. The property owner is Washburn 3633 LLC, and the applicant is Cattleman Homes. The property is Zone C, medium density multifamily district, and the applicant is proposing a residential development design to meet the standards of the B two-family district. The applicant is requesting 3 variances associated with the construction of a new duplex development. The first request is a variance to the parking location requirements of the B two-family district. The zoning ordinance requires 6 parking spaces for a duplex containing 4 bedrooms in each unit. These required parking spaces must be located behind the front building wall, and the applicant is requesting approval to allow 2 of the 6 required parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The second request is a variance to the maximum lot coverage requirements of the B two-family district. The maximum lot coverage permitted is 50%, and the applicant is proposing a lot coverage of 52.7%, resulting in an excess of 2.7% over the maximum allowed. The third variance request is a variance to the driveway coverage requirements for a 1 and 2 family residential uses. The zoning ordinance limits driveway coverage to 50% of the front yard measured between the front property line and the closest location on the structure, and the applicant is requesting approval for 68% driveway coverage within the front yard. The subject property is a 6,000 square foot interior lot located within a redeveloping neighborhood. The property was originally platted with alley access in 1910, and staff notes the property is not located within a floodplain and is not no subject to any significant environmental constraints, and the site does not contain mature trees. This is the lot history of the property. The applicant is requesting 3 variances to allow the construction of a 2-family dwelling duplex. The property is currently developed with a single-family residence. However, the applicant is proposing to replace it with a duplex with 3 stories. The subject property is located within the C multifamily zoning district. The zoning ordinance defines multifamily districts as collectively including the CR, C, D, DHR1, and DHR2 districts, as well as any planned development districts that permit multifamily uses. The applicant is proposing a residential development that is designed to meet the standards of the B2 family district rather than C multifamily district. Therefore, the request has been evaluated based on the applicable development standards of the B2 family district. Variance request A is to allow 2 parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall rather than development standards stating that there are 6 required parking spaces for 2 attached dwelling units. Each unit containing 4 bedrooms are located behind the front building wall, and the applicant is providing an attached 2-car garage for each unit with the additional required 2 parking spaces being provided in the driveway in front of the front building wall. Variance request B is to allow 850 square feet of paved surface, resulting in 68% driveway coverage in the front yard as measured between the front of the structure and the front property line. The area between the front of the structure and the front property line is 1,250, and the maximum driveway coverage permitted by right is 50% or 625 square feet. The third variance, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow the duplex to exceed the maximum lot coverage of 50%. The proposed duplex would result in a total lot coverage of 52.7%, which exceeds the maximum allowable lot coverage by 2.70%. And if the variance requests are approved, the applicant would be required to meet all other development standards and regulations and obtain building permits. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-067, and staff is available to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Any questions for staff? Yes, Ms. Herrera, please.
Is this, I didn't see that this is a TCU overlay, is it?
No, I don't believe so. No.
And then by right, they can build 3 stories?
Yes. As long as they don't exceed the height limit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes, please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case. And you have 7 minutes.
My name is Casey Dudley. I'm here for Cattleman Homes. My address is 721 The Cottages Drive in Godley. You guys are probably going to have that memorized later today. But I am here proposing, so you'll notice a little bit in the slide, I want to just point it out, there's already like a discrepancy. This does have a platted alley. It says in the slide there's no alley. It's not that there's no alley, it's just unimproved. The alley is completely grass. So I'm not saying that nobody uses it, it's just not improved, right? So what we are proposing here, that first floor is the 2-car garage. So there will still be 4 spots behind the front building wall. And then, do I have to tell you next slide, or am I able to? Oh, okay. So this is the site plan mocked up of what we're building. If we go in from the alley and build 2 more spots back there, the concern is, as you see, we don't have very much room, right? We've got 10 feet in the back from the alley. With the patio, it's about 16 feet, actually. But I have a couple concern being, it's not improved back there for somebody to really drive well, or, you know, I don't know if they would have any damage to their vehicles, anything like that, driving back there. And then having enough room to fit 2 more spots back there. And then, of course, and this is kind of a question for staff too, but if we did put concrete back there, aren't we going to exceed our lot coverage quite a bit more? And we would, you know, still be coming for a variance for more lot coverage on that at the back. Next slide. Oh, you can skip this one. You guys are pretty aware of everything. She's already been over this. Next slide. We just went over that. The lot width being 50 feet wide, we can't really run anything from the front back. We want whoever occupies this property to be able to take access off the front just because that alley is unimproved. Next slide. And then this is kind of the most important piece for Cattleman Homes is, so as you can see, this is just a couple. There's more if you drive that neighborhood, but I didn't want to just bombard you guys with a bunch of examples. But some of the best ones, one being directly across the street, 3626 Washburn. As you can see, now they do have an improved alley, so they may have taken some parking from their alley, but nobody is parking back there. They're parking in the front, and they're just right in front of, there's really not even room for 2 cars there, just one for each unit. And then 3628 Harley Avenue is similar to kind of what we're proposing, where yes, most of your front, other than those setbacks and the small portion of the yard that would be left after the concrete coverage, those are gonna give them two-car garage parking, and then as well as 2 in the front if they needed it. That was mostly it. I think we're fitting in with the neighborhood with what we're proposing. We're not really trying to change anything or bring anything that's an eyesore there. We are still under the height regulation. There is, I believe, 3707 Crestline, at least one of those sides is a 3-story as well, but we are still under the height minimum or maximum. So that is, I'll just take any questions if y'all have any.
Sure, you still have a few more minutes if there's anything else you want to add.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application? Still a few more minutes. Okay, having seen none, is there anyone here in opposition? Anyone here would like to speak in opposition? Okay, having seen none, we will move to questions from the board.
Mr. Chair, we did receive 2 letters of opposition on
Thank
this
you.
case that is provided in the late correspondence.
Thank you for noting those.
This is Maribel. I was just going to respond to her question that she had earlier. Paving is only counted for front yard coverage. It is not counted towards total lot coverage.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the board for the applicant?
I have trying to think how to pose it. I don't see a hardship at all as it relates to this lot. To me, it's a self-imposed hardship by wanting to have a 4-bedroom when that could be cut down and that would help with the parking situation. And I have trouble with variance C with the amount of excess driveway coverage. So could you provide some insight as to why y'all want to build such a large duplex, please?
Personally, I can't really speak to the plan. I didn't design the plan or have any input in the plan. This is the plan that they gave. I know they would still want that additional driveway coverage in the front. Even if we take it to a 3-bedroom, they would be seeking that variance for the driveway to match the garage. And so due to the lot size and, the building sitting back where it does, the front yard coverage would stay the same, even if we make the plan smaller and take away a bedroom.
Ms. Duffy.
So I have a question, I think, for staff. So this property is about a half block west of Dickey's Arena. I noticed it's zoned C, which we don't see very often, medium density multifamily home. So can staff give us a little overview of what the difference between B and C is? I'm seeing it as zone C, but they're developing it to a B. But can you give us a little overview on what's the difference between B and C?
So this is Maribel. The city or the zoning ordinance allows us to have partially cumulative zoning, which means that, for example, if they have a multifamily district, they can build to a less dense district, meaning either B, 2-family, or A, single family. B is 2-family zoning only. C would be multifamily, meaning if their lot size can accommodate, they would be able to build 3 units or more. Of course, they would still have to be able to comply with parking spaces, open space, and other regulations under the C zoning.
So you're saying instead of, if they wanted to take away some of those 4 bedrooms, they could have squeezed 3 in here and it would have met zoning code?
If they can
they
meet
could
other
figure it out.
regulations, yes, they do have the option of building
a triplex.
multifamily, yes.
With regard to the parking situation, west of Dickies Arena, I know that I believe you have to have a residential permit, or could you talk about the street parking situation, and is that still in?
In residential districts, on-street parking is not taken into as the required parking. All of the required parking must be within the development or private property.
But in this district, I believe there are parking restrictions, or you have to have a permit to park on the street, and I think it has to do with Dickies Arena. Is that correct?
That I do not know. That sounds probably if it is in place, it's a regulation by TPW.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Who did our opposition come from on this one?
Association.
I believe the neighborhood association was one, and the other might be an actual neighbor.
Well, I can tell you, University West, this is not part of University West Neighborhood Association. So that letter,
No, this had a neighborhood from their neighborhood association.
okay.
Right there.
One of the letters come from the neighbor immediately west of this property, adjacent to.
Was that this?
Derek Castro, yes. The immediate neighbor next door.
The problem here is it's already been rezoned to multifamily.
The other letter comes from the Arlington Heights Neighborhood Association.
Is this property within Arlington Heights neighborhood?
This property is within Queensboro Heights.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant right now?
It is within the Arlington Heights neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Pena.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing. Ma'am, if you would have a seat, we might have questions for you again. And I will open this up to a discussion among the board.
So I will not be able to support this. There are no, the criteria that we are supposed to look at in terms of hardship, this doesn't meet any of those. And it appears as though they are maximizing the financial benefit, which is something that we are not supposed to look at. That's my primary reason. The secondary reason is that it is infill development. And actually the zoning is very generous compared to what's established in that neighborhood, which are much smaller homes. This will be, they have the right to build something much larger than what is there. And so granting 3 variances to let them do something that's even bigger than what they're allowed is something I can't support.
I agree as well. My questions kind of tip my hat to the applicant that I will not be able to support these. And a correction on I thought Washburn was near TCU, so obviously it's not. But I can't support any of the 3 variances.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I'll ready to make a motion if nobody else has any discussion, but I don't want to do it too soon.
Can I ask?
Do you want to?
Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask something?
I'm just going to throw out here in our discussion later about what we might recommend to zoning. If we want this property to be C, we got to be able to let them develop it as a C.
They
somehow.
still could, but and as long as they stay with the zoning. So the size of this lot, they mentioned size as the reason for the need of the variance, and that is not a legitimate reason for a variance. So they could do something that's the correct size for zoning. They could do 3 small, much smaller, 2 bedrooms, and they could do that. And then we wouldn't have to do any variances, as long as they stayed within lot coverage, driveway coverage, parking. As long as they stayed within those, they have the right to do that. So it doesn't really matter if what they're building to in this one.
So right now, we're in the board discussion with the close of the public hearing. I would note that the applicant has stood up. If anybody, I could reopen the public hearing. If there's anybody that has a question of the applicant or would like to make any, Ms. Herrera, would you like me to reopen the public hearing?
Yes, you can. Did you have a question or a comment you wanted to make?
Kind of. What I would really ask is that we maybe continue it and let me get with them and revise the site plan, use that unimproved alley. I know that they didn't want to initially, but if we can get the parking behind the front wall, I just really would hate for them to get denied on like the coverage portion, because we kind of need to see what we can do with the site plan. Because I know they were doing it to be standard because it is mostly residential houses there, so not to make multifamily and then, potentially like more in and out. But if we could just continue, we may not need all of these variances, but at least instead of them being denied on their project, they could reevaluate the site plan and see what else we can come up with.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
I think that's appropriate, I have a hard time approving all 3. The only one that I would be interested in considering favorably would be the B.
So if the continuance is granted, would you need 30 days or 60 days?
30 days is fine.
So staff is going to ask for 60 days because we have already passed the the application intake cycle for the next meeting, and it sounds like this site will be redesigned, so it would trigger a brand new review.
Okay, thank you. And are there any more questions for the applicant before I close the public hearing or anything else before we discuss amongst the board?
And then I just want to make sure, like, if you guys kind of tell me exactly what you would like to see, that would be super helpful. This is their first project in Fort Worth, so they are not trying to, come in on the wrong foot. They plan to develop here more. So if there's a way that, obviously, personally, I work with you guys' suggestions, so I could definitely recommend that to them as well.
Yeah, and I think it's hard for us to kind of give kind of wide open, blanket recommendations without responding to something or seeing something submitted. That's difficult for us to do. And so what I would say is probably work with the staff, if they're going to redo something or that's really the first place to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant before I close the public hearing? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing again, go back to a board discussion. We obviously heard from the applicant. So open to more discussion or a motion, or we could separate, variances and have motions on that as well. Yes, sir, Mr. Whidden.
I move that we continue BAR 26067 for 60 days.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Freed. Is that right? Ms. Freed, second?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Whidden, second by Mr. Freed to continue BAR-26-067 for 60 days, excuse me. Staff, if you would please perform a roll call vote.
Yes. Board Member Jim Whidden?
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman?
Yes.
Board Member James Hook?
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed?
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, ma'am, so the motion to continue was approved. So I would reach out to staff as early as tomorrow to work on all the facts about the case. Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to one more case, and then we're probably going to break for lunch after this case. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break, but we're going to go through this one probably in between 12 and 1, some 30-minute interval, but just wanted everybody to be aware of that logistically. Ms. Reyes, please go ahead.
The next case is BAR-26-064, located at 1917 Carlton. The property owner is Mark and Jeanette Graff, and the applicant is Jeanette Graff. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting 3 variances. Variance A is to the one family A-5 district development standard, requiring a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet to allow construction of a detached garage with habitable space to encroach into the side yard setback along the southern property line. The required side yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting 1 foot. The second variance is to the one family A-5 district development standard, requiring a minimum rear yard setback of 5 feet to allow construction of a detached garage with habitable space to encroach into the rear yard setback along the eastern property line. The required rear yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting 1 foot. The third variance is to the one family A-5 district development standard, requiring a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet to allow construction of an addition to a single family dwelling, along with a non-habitable accessory structure and uncovered wood deck to encroach into the required side yard setback along the northern property line. The required side yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting 2 feet. The subject property contains a single-family home as a primary use and is located on an interior lot in an established neighborhood. The subject property is rectangular in shape and was platted with an alley. The lot contains several mature trees and is not located within a floodplain. The primary structure is approximately 1,803 square feet in size and contains a detached garage. This is the lot history for the property. The applicant is requesting 3 variances to allow the construction of an addition and a garage with habitable space. The existing detached garage on the property is proposed to be demolished and replaced with a new detached garage containing habitable space, contingent upon approval of the requested variances. The applicant proposes to construct a detached garage measuring approximately 23 feet wide by 25 feet long, resulting in a footprint of approximately 575 square feet. The proposed structure, including the habitable space above the garage, will have an overall height of 21 feet and 8 1/4 inches. The second story habitable space will also contain approximately 575 square feet, resulting in a total building area of approximately 1,150 square feet. And according to the site plan submitted, the proposed garage will have a driveway leading up to the garage to be located off of Carlton Avenue. Variance request A is to allow a detached garage with habitable space to be located 1 foot from the southern side property line, resulting in an encroachment into the required side yard setback. The proposed garage will be located at the rear of the property, and a garage is defined in our sitting ordinance as a space in a principal building or an accessory building on the same lot used for the shelter or storage of owner-occupied motor vehicles as an accessory use only. The applicant is requesting a variance to the rear yard setback, proposing a setback of 1 foot from the rear property line to allow construction of a detached garage with habitable space to encroach into the rear yard setback along the eastern property line. The existing primary structure is approximately 1,803 square feet in area and is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. The proposed structure features a gable roof design, which means the roof height is 14 feet and overall height of 22 feet. The proposed addition is approximately 428 square feet and will add more living space. Upon completion of the primary structure, will have a total area of approximately 2,231 square feet, consisting of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The applicant is requesting an additional variance associated with the proposed addition to the primary structure and a wooden deck. The variance request is to the minimum side yard setback along the northern property line in order to construct an addition to the primary structure that will encroach into the side yard setback by 2 feet. The The addition of the proposed garage with habitable space and the addition of the wood deck to the primary structure will result in an overall lot coverage of 35%, increase from approximately 30.75%. The A-5 district lot has a 50% maximum lot coverage, and if the variance requests are approved, the applicant will be required to meet all other development standards and regulations. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-064, and staff is available to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Any questions for staff? Could I ask a couple? So it looks like they're doing an addition on the back of the house, and then they're also, is there an existing shed or something that's within that property line, or sorry, within that setback as well, right now?
There's an existing garage, but it's proposed to be demolished if the variance requests are approved.
And it looks like it's already sitting within the 5-foot side yard setback on the
That's correct.
side plan. Okay. And so they want to stay within that, or they want that variance, but then they also want a bigger detached garage that goes into the rear yard setback as well.
And
So
to add the habitable space on top.
Sure. Okay. And then the addition on the back of the house, it'll follow the building line that's already existing, and that's why they're asking for that side yards, because they're following the existing
That is correct.
setback. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Jeanette Graff. I live at 1917 Carlton Avenue. We recently purchased the home in March of 2025. We're requesting to do the addition to the home and remodel. When we purchased the home, there was an addition done in 2004 that's in the same setback variance. That was done with a pier and pad foundation. And due to the way that the water runs off on the property, it eroded the foundation under the pier and pad underneath of that foundation. When they went in May of 2025 to repair that, they noted that we needed to do a stem wall foundation to completely resolve the 4-inch drop that happened in that. So at the same time, we are proposing to do an addition to add handicap accessible hall variances within the home and the existing bedrooms. We have a 35-year-old daughter with Down syndrome, and my 83-year-old mother also is with us, and we wanted to make sure that they had their own spaces. Currently, the way our home sits now, there are only 2 bedrooms. They converted one of the bedrooms into a dining room, taking out the closet and adding access to a side porch. And then the other bedroom is more like a closet. It's like an 8-by-8 space, 8-foot by 8-foot space, which really doesn't allow for a bed or a nightstand. So we're wanting to try and keep the charm and appeal of the home as it is within the neighborhood, with side approach driveways to the back, and maintain the same visual character of the front of our home that's consistent with the homes in our neighborhood.
Thank you. You still have plenty of time if there's anything else you want to add.
I think I've spoken enough.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this case? If you'd like to, sure, you have plenty of time. Please state your name, address, and the facts.
Mark Graff, 1917 Carlton Avenue. One of the things also to mention is with the garage. Currently, it's really a shed, and we're looking to put a garage at the back of the property and put the habitable space above. Because one of the ideas is, as we are remodeling the home, we'll be living in the garage.
Okay.
Other than that, the property right now doesn't have a true garage on it, so we don't have any place to put the cars.
Okay. Thank you. You still have plenty of time, so if there's anything else you need to add, either of you. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this case? All right. Anyone else? Anyone here to speak in opposition? Okay. Thank you very much. I will open it up to questions from the board. Yes, sir, please. Well, make sure it's green, and they'll turn your mic back on.
Give us 1 second.
Is the light green on your mic, on your, okay. They have to turn you back on over there.
1, 2. There is, the back of the property has an alley between your property and the property behind you.
It's yes, it's an unincorporated alley or unimproved alley. It's mostly overgrown. Currently, if you walk the alley, there are a few garages that have alley access, but the most recent neighbor in our neighborhood who is on Ashland, his garage backs up to, I think it's 1904 Ashland. I'll have to look at our notifications from the neighbors. They had a lot variance, but to incorporate an alley access, it would have cost them $100,000 to improve the alley, and we are one house further in from that, so we could not do an alley access for our garage.
There seems to be other properties that have structures that are close to the property line also, neighbors.
Yes, in our neighborhood, it's within the neighborhood. There was in fact, most of the garages are on the lot lines. So our neighbor just to the north of us, who did sign in an agreement with the variance that we asked, his garage is actually on our property line. And our neighbor just to the south of us, 1921, his garage is within 1 foot of the property line. And then the rest, our other neighbors along the alley, their garages are on the property lines as well.
This is Johnston. Is the concrete driveway back to the garage, is that existing today?
It's concrete to the fence, and then it's pavers from the fence back to the carriage house that's currently there.
You can draw on that screen if you want to show us on this, if you just approximate. Is it, Emily, is she able to draw on that? Oh, there we go.
So where your red line is, that's all hard surface, whether it be concrete or pavers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that was existing.
That's
It's
existing.
the way we purchased the home.
Okay.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Mr. Johnson.
No, I'm finished.
You're fine, okay. Ms. Duffy.
I just want to clarify something I got a little confused on. So the addition that you had when you bought the house where the foundation has eroded, you're putting your addition there, or your addition is in addition to that addition?
Our addition is an addition to the addition,
Okay.
but it's also a repair to the addition that is existing that we had site work come in. We had it permitted in May of 25 to come in and repair the foundation. Their recommendation to us was that we do a stem wall foundation, which will prevent erosion, future erosion underneath that previously existing addition.
So the 428 square feet is all brand new, plus we have how many square feet of
So it would be 428 square feet of addition to the addition, and then
how much of the addition are you just reformatting?
so the previous addition from 2004 is 34 feet wide by 12 feet deep, and that needs a new foundation under it. And then we're proposing an additional 15 feet by 34 feet off of that existing addition.
Add some bedrooms. And then the porch is a deck. So
Yes, it's an uncovered porch.
so but you're calling it an accessory structure.
No. Uncovered.
Variance C, non-habitable accessory structure, uncovered wood deck.
Well, it's a uncovered wood deck, which also encroaches into the side yard setback. So it's not added into any square footages for cover area.
So, yeah, but
Well-
if they had a paved patio, we wouldn't care if that encroached into the side yard setback.
Yes, but this is a structure. It is a wooden deck. It is a structure. So it is encroaching. But if it was just pavement, just cement, then no, it wouldn't be considered a setback encroachment.
So it doesn't count towards accessory structure. But it does count in whether it can go into the setback if you're a wood deck. Where is that laid out in the zoning code?
You've got to have a building permit for the wooden deck. You don't have to have a building permit for the concrete pavement. So it's a structure, if I recall correctly.
Yep. So it is a structure. Give me 1 second. I'm confirming in the ordinance.
Probably doesn't matter for this case because they're building the addition anyway. We got to give them the side yard setback, but
Yeah, the
just
addition,
is an
yeah.
interesting piece of zoning code.
Yeah, there's an addition as well, right, to the porch, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have two questions.
Yes, sir, please.
One, the existing building, the house, exists today with a 2-foot side yard setback?
Yes, sir. My understanding is that the house was built before the zoning or property lines were established. So the house as it sits today is exactly how the house sat in 1921.
And the proposed detached garage is replacing an existing carriage house?
Yes, sir.
And does it have the 1-foot side yard setback to the,
The carriage house is within 2 feet of the current fence or property line, and we are asking it to be 1 foot.
thank you.
But in the rear yard, it's much closer now than it's going to be in your plans.
The carriage house currently is about 16 feet from the back fence. I haven't gone out and measured it perfectly. So it currently sits closer, it sits further away from the back fence. We are wanting to push it back closer to the back fence within a foot of the back property line.
What's the square footage of the existing carriage house?
It is 12 by 18.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sir Costa.
Yes, on the diagram, there is 2 kitchens, one's for the first floor, one's for the second floor?
Are you talking about 2 different structures?
Okay.
So we only have 1 kitchen in the primary house in the middle of the house. That will stay exactly where it's at. In the secondary structure, the garage with the living space above it, we wouldn't have a kitchen per se. We would have a little kitchenette with a hot plate. We intend on living there while we're doing the remodel of our house. Our house won't be habitable while we're adding on.
Any more questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I got to ask one more, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So the drawing that we're looking at right now, between the uncovered porch and the front of the garage is, I don't see if I see a measurement there. And then what is the depth of the garage?
The proposed depth of the new garage or the depth of the existing carriage house?
It's the same as the carriage house, it's just pushed back further. So do you know what it is? Is it more than 20 feet?
Could you restate the question, please?
Yep. So if I were going to go in the front door of the garage to the back wall, is how many feet is that?
20.
And
The
how much
proposed-
is between this porch and the front of the garage?
The proposed garage is going to be 24 feet deep, 20 feet deep by 24 feet wide, and it will, from the deck, the end of the deck to the garage is 16 feet.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We're going to close the public hearing. We're going to have a discussion among the board. If you would, yeah, please sit down. Stay close in case we have questions for you, though. Let's go ahead and open up to questions, or I'm sorry, discussion among the board.
So I'll just throw out there, I'm okay with the side yard setbacks, but the rear yard setback seems like that's a lot.
I'm
Move
okay
that-
with all of them. The rear yard setback is consistent with the neighborhood, which is what I look for on any infill development. And also, given that they're going back with the addition, it's probably going to be just as far from the house as it is now, because if they kept it where it is, it'd be right up against. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with all three.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garza.
A lot on these situations, I look a lot to our members who have a little more experience in these properties and what the kind of the character of the property is. So, because it has a rear alley and there's room for fire situations where they're not so close, I don't have a problem with it. But I'd really look to guidance from our members here who have more experience in these types of properties.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't find any issues with what's been proposed, so I could support all three variances.
Likewise, I feel the same.
Okay.
If there's no other questions or comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion for BAR 26064 for variance A and B and C, unless Mr. Separation oppose.
I would like separate votes on these three. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to make the motion for BAR 26064 for A, B, and C separately, but as written.
And is that to approve as written?
To approve as written.
Okay, thank you. We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Freed. So a motion by Ms. Powell, a second by Ms. Freed to approve A, B, and C, but vote separately. Staff, could we please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Okay, we're talking about A.
We are taking a vote for variance A.
Johnston's yes on variance A.
I'll start over. Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Variance A passes. Variance B, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
I'm going to say yes. I've had a change of heart on that. That alley's never going to be an alley. I'm going to let it go.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes for variance B. Variance C, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes?
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, congratulations. Your application has been approved for all 3 variances. Thank you for being here. If you have any questions for staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are going to go into a 30-minute recess for lunch. I'm going to put us back at 12:45. I'm going to give you more than 30 minutes.
Wow. Extra recess.
Okay, we are going to reconvene at 12:46. Board of Adjustment is back. We are moving on to case BAR-26-062, and I would make a note that Mr. Riley had to depart. So we're down to 10 board members for this afternoon. Ms. Reyes, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAR-26-062, located at 2123 Renner Avenue. The property owner is Rockwell Holdings LLC and NUK Hopkins LLC, and the applicant is Casa Blueprints LLC. The property is Zone B, 2-family district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the 2-family B district development standard requiring a minimum side yard setback of 10 feet minimum adjacent to a side street to allow the construction of a 1-family 0-lot line attached twin home dwelling to encroach into the required side yard along the southern property line. The minimum required side yard setback is 10 feet minimum adjacent to a side street, and the applicant is requesting 5 feet. The subject property is a flat rectangular corner lot located in an established neighborhood and was platted in 1914 with alley access. There is no presence of a floodplain on the property, and there are several mature trees. The lot is approximately 6,750 square feet in area, and the applicant is proposing a 1-family 0-lot line attached twin home located on the property. The applicant is requesting a variance to the minimum side yard setback of 5 feet along the southern property line to construct a 1-family 0-lot line attached twin home that will encroach into the side yard setback by 5 feet. The proposed 2-family dwelling would result in approximately 35.31% lot coverage, which complies with the maximum lot coverage requirement of 50% permitted within the zoning district. The applicant is required to meet all building code regulations and replat the property, and if the variance request is approved, all other development standards would be required to be met. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-062, and staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff?
I have one.
Please.
I've never seen the phrase twin home.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that means?
I'm going to let Denisha speak on that one.
So the twin home is essentially like a duplex or what you would call a townhome. It's just that each unit is built on its own separate lot. However, they are attached. So 2 units attached, each on its own separate lot.
So it's the lot is platted as 2 separate lots?
The lot is platted as 2 separate lots, and so they're building to the twin home attached 0-lot line standards.
Okay, thank you.
There's no setback in the middle. It's 0.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, address, facts about the case, and you have 7 minutes.
Nick Rockwell, 1200 Nolan Ryan Expressway, Arlington, Texas. I just wanted to add that we do own another 5 lots to the left of this subject property, and we're currently going through the CFA process. So the mature trees, once approved, we will actually be removing those. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Is there, you have about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. Is there anything else you'd like to add or state? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support of this case? Anyone else that is here to speak in opposition to this case, for this application? Okay. If you'll hang tight, we're gonna go to questions from the board. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duffy.
So your other 5 lots, you're developing twin homes all the way down East Arlington then?
Well, no, it'll be on Renner.
Oh, on Renner. You're doing twin homes all the way
So
for
it'll
all of your 5 lots?
It'll be 6 lots total, 12 doors total.
12 doors, but you just need this one because it sides up to the street. Okay.
Correct.
And remember, we're here just for this case, just the application. Ms. Duffy.
Right. I'm just trying to get a picture of the whole.
Yeah.
Makes more sense now.
Sure, please. Go ahead.
I would just like to make a note for the applicant. If you own contiguous lots that equal 1 acre or larger, just make sure you're complying with the urban forestry requirements prior to removal of those trees.
Yes. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Sir, view of the neighborhood? This is a side lot, is that right? On the corner?
You say is that the
This is a corner lot.
Corner lot, okay. It's the only image we have?
Emily, can you go to the aerial?
Mostly under. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Oh, yes, sir. Please.
I'll move that we approve BAR 26062 as requested.
Sure. Hold that thought for a second, then we'll close the public hearing in a second. Did you have a question for the applicant?
No, I did not. I
Okay.
just wasn't ready for,
Discussion or motion? Okay. Let me go ahead and close the public hearing, sir. We'll just, hang tight. We're going to have a discussion here in a second. Let's move to discussion or motion.
yeah. I'm not so hasty to approve because when the side setback is so small, there's a visibility issue to a certain extent. I'm trying to understand the nature of this neighborhood, which is confusing to me. I don't know what's across the Arlington Street. Across from Renner, it appears to be apartments.
It's a motel.
I guess that's a question for staff. Did you hear me?
No, sorry, I was with the applicant.
What's across Renner Street? Is that apartments?
It's houses.
Renner?
Across Renner is a motel.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Motel.
There is a motel right across Renner, and then across Arlington are single-family houses.
Single-family houses,
And
okay.
at the intersection of Arlington and Riverside, there is a commercial development.
Okay.
So, sir, I'm not going to make you stand back up here unless you disagree with me, but I'm assuming that all of the properties you're building the same floor plan for all of them. They're all going to look the same, and therefore, if we did not grant your variance, that one on the end's got to look different?
You can, go ahead and come up, Sorry, we're trying to get on the record.
Yes, so they're all going to be the same except the elevation. The city is requiring me to do a different elevation for
Different
each.
base on it, okay?
Yes, but as far as square footage, things of that nature, it's all the same.
They're all the same units, except for the one on the street. The city requires an extra setback, so you're here for it.
Correct.
Okay.
And I have a question. Have you approached the neighbors across the street from this property?
I've spoken to 2, but outside of that, I haven't.
Any sort of a
You talking about Renner or are you talking about Arlington?
across from on Arlington where the homeowners?
So I've spoken with 2 on Arlington, but outside of that, I have not.
Did you get any sort of petition or anything like that from those folks signed? Or?
I did not.
Okay.
What was their feedback?
It wasn't anything negative. It was just they are ready for me to proceed because there's a lot of foot traffic over there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, we didn't get any opposition. I always wrestle with decreasing the corner setback. But I don't want to hold, I mean, that looks like it's some good development on residential property that's needed, so,
And there's no sidewalk right on Arlington, it looks like,
yeah.
on that side.
Can I add something?
Sure.
With the CFA process that I'm going through, they're actually making me put one in.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yes, correct.
All the way down that street, that Arlington, that block of your,
Just from, yes, the beginning
From the-
of the front to the back property line.
okay.
On Arlington.
On Arlington, correct.
Okay. Okay.
Which makes sense because there appears to be one on Ash
Mm-hmm.
Crescent.
Gives a little bit of.
Yeah.
I would like to note for the record that these lots are not our standard 50-foot wide lots. They are approximately 20 to 25 feet wide. The property owner can confirm the lot width.
Going down Renner.
Yes, so how I purchased the lots is bought as one. However, they each have their own address already.
Mm.
Yeah, the plat confirms they are 25 feet wide.
Okay. So without that, it's pretty much impossible to proceed. I mean, I looked at the floor plans. Okay.
Any other discussion
Okay.
or a motion? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This is the part of town it needs this type of something done.
Okay.
I don't know how long they've been, the lot's been empty, sorry. But to see this gentleman trying to do something on this property it's not a bad thing.
No, I don't disagree with you. I have resolved my conflict. So if you would like to proceed with that motion, I'm happy with it.
Ms.
I would
Bowles,
just
you have-
like to, yeah, I just want to make sure, please check with Urban Forest. I want to reiterate, please check with Urban Forest before you cut them trees down.
It's actually part of the CFA process. They have it built into that.
Thank you.
Sir, you're good to sit down.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more discussion or a motion?
Make a motion for BAR-26-062
Yes, sir. Is that to approve?
to approve as written. Is, you want it separate or?
Oh, it's
Just one.
variant.
1 second.
Is there a second? I'm sorry. Mr. Whitten? Staff, if you would, please perform a roll call vote.
Yes, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-062. Motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Jim Whitten to approve the request as written. The roll call vote, please. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, sir. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. Please reach out to city staff as early as tomorrow. Thank you. All right, we are ready for the next case, BAR-26-055.
Whit?
Yes, sir.
I am going to have to recuse myself from this case. The applicants are my neighborhood friends. The property in question is close to my house. So I'm going to recuse. I guess I'll park myself outside. So
Okay, thank you. And I would make a note to the board that that takes us down to 9 of 11, so. Right, and we would need 9 affirmatives with the recusal. So you're good. You're. No, we do. It's just that we'll, in order for it to, and I'm going to make a note to the applicant as well. In order for it to be approved, we'll need a full 9 votes. And so what I would do, I would give you the option. We can hear the case now, but I could also give you the option of continuing at some point if you'd like to, when we had full 11. Okay, sounds like you're good to keep going. Okay, that's great. Ms. Reyes, if you could go ahead and start, please.
The next case is BAR-26-055, located at 2512 Rogers Avenue. The property owner and applicant is John Ford and Brianne Story. The property is Zone 8-5, two-family district, and is located within the TCU overlay district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family 8-5 district development standard, requiring a minimum 5-foot side yard setback to allow an addition to an existing one-family dwelling to encroach into the required side yard along the northern property line. The minimum required side yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting 1 foot 9 inches. The subject property is a flat rectangular lot located in an established neighborhood and was platted in 1911 with alley access. There is no presence of floodplain on the property, and there are several mature trees. The lot is approximately 8,750 square feet in area, and there is an existing one-family dwelling located on the property that was constructed in approximately 1975 according to Tarrant County Appraisal District. This is the lot history for the property. The existing primary structure is approximately 1,958 square feet in area and is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. The proposed addition is approximately 1,759 square feet and will result in the primary structure having a total area of approximately 3,550 square feet and 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms with an attic closet. The property is required to provide a minimum of 3 parking spaces with at least 2 located behind the front building wall, and the applicant complies with these standards. The applicant is requesting a variance to the minimum side yard setback along the northern property line to construct an addition to the primary structure that will encroach into the side yard setback, leaving 1 foot 9 inches. The proposed addition will result in approximately 39.1% lot coverage, an increase from the current lot coverage of 22.37%, but well under the 50% lot coverage maximum allowed within the zoning district. And the applicant is required to meet all building code regulations, specifically those related to fire resistance and rated construction. If the variance requests are approved, all other development standards would be required to be met. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-055, and staff is available to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the board? Yes, sir.
Is there a pre-existing structure there where they're going to build this new addition?
No, there is not.
Do you think that they're going to keep, is the intention to keep the current footprint and extend off? Is that what the yellow is on that site plan?
Yes. The yellow area on the site plan should represent the addition.
Do you have that, Emily? It's like a survey with, yep, there you go. So they're going to keep, are they going to keep the existing footprint of how it is now along that?
Yes.
That side?
Wait.
So they're just coming off of that. The addition is coming off of that building line?
Yes.
Didn't I see that the addition was 1,700 square feet on a previous slide?
For elevations, it looks like it might be a second story too.
Yeah, it's 1,759.
Any other questions for staff? On this picture right here, could you circle where you think that where you think that's going to be?
So the applicant would have to do that.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
All right, hello. Can y'all hear me
Yeah, you
all
can
right?
pull that mic up or whatever you need to, yep. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name's Ford Story. I'm the resident at 2512 Rogers Avenue. I'm a TCU graduate. My wife and I bought this house in April of 2020. The 1935 built home. I'm not sure why it said 70 something on there. But we bought this house with the intent of making it our forever home. And, you know, as 32-year-olds now, we are running into an issue with space. With this house having really 3 closets in it. We love the original charm. We love the neighborhood, as Mr. Johnston's one of our neighbors. He can attest to it. But my wife and I fell in love at TCU. We're both athletes at TCU. We want to stay where we are and make the neighborhood better. You can see the structure itself obviously is going to almost double in size. The reason for that is because we are on a pretty narrow lot. It's about 50 to 52 feet wide and 175 feet deep. We were unaware when we purchased the property in 2020, although we got a survey, it didn't have the measurements as far as the property line for that north property structure and how far it was. So we didn't realize we were 1.9 feet from the existing property line until we were doing our form board survey. Obviously, when we found that out, that is when we submitted the variance, and we're trying to do everything by the book here. And I have all 5 neighbors. The one that's directly north, right next to this wall, everyone has signed letters. And so basically, what we're asking for here is there's 60 feet of existing property line, 1.9 feet from, or property structure, excuse me, 1.9 feet from the property line that was built in 1935. We are not going any closer to the wall than that, or the property line, excuse me. We are basically going 11 feet straight back from that existing structure because we are on a pretty narrow lot. My wife worked for 3 years on these plans to try to do the 1935 charm and everything justice, but also while making it our forever home where we can continue to grow our family and try to make the neighborhood a better place with making it, you know, just relevant to the charm that the house initially had when we bought it. I have my builder, Sean Knight, here with us as well. That can help answer any questions if that's allowed. Again, this is my first time doing this, so I appreciate any patience with us. And again, the letters should be attached. Again, first time doing this, so the format might not be exactly how y'all are looking for, but I gave it a shot. And then I do have University West, our neighborhood. They sent a letter as well, I believe, yesterday or the day before. Homeowners Association, sorry.
Yeah. You still have a couple of minutes if there's anything else you'd like to add or if anybody else would like to speak in support. We'll try to pull those letters up. I know that we have University West. Do we have the other ones too that were included with the application of the neighbors? And feel free if there's anybody else who would like to speak. And state your name and address.
Sean Knight, 4650 Anetta Center Point, Aledo, Texas. The encroachment that we're asking for the variance on, so they had an original survey whenever they bought the house. I don't know, is it in here? Okay, well, the original one for a survey was rather vague. It didn't give you the distance from the structure to the property line. I looked at it, I went through it, I couldn't find it. Anyway, and so whenever this came up, whenever we did the form board survey, my surveyors caught it and said, hey, this existing structure is 1.9 feet from the property line. And actually, as we go back, we actually move out to about 2 feet. And the architect that drew it, assumptions, and we know we shouldn't assume, he just measured from the fence, which is in the wrong place, and to the house, and he was like, oh, that's 3 feet, so we're good. And so that's how that all came about. And then, of course, whenever I did the form board survey, we're like, no, we got a problem, we're gonna have to get a variance. So.
Okay. Still got a couple more minutes if there's anything else you'd like to add.
You know, other than, you know, it's 11 feet going back that we're asking for. We're actually getting a little bit wider. But other than that, no.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to hear that would like to speak in support of this application? Okay. You guys can sit or hang out. I'm gonna ask for opposition, and we'll call you back up if we have questions. Is there anyone that'd like to speak in opposition? Okay, having seen none, we are now moving to questions from the board for the applicants. Should I get them to come back up? Sorry, come back up.
This is not a big deal, but I'm just curious. Is the addition itself, I know you're going up, but is the new part going back, is that also 2 stories?
No, ma'am, that section will be first floor. And if you see on these
That's what I was
images,
wondering on that.
the bottom left one you see there, that very bottom left corner where that smaller window is. So that will be where this addition is. So anything
That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
anything that's second floor is above the existing footprint.
Could you circle it so you can touch that screen? Will you circle kind of both that north and that west elevation? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I'm looking in the lot history of this lot, and you, last month you raised a carport. Where was the carport on this lot?
The carport was actually on the property line, and it was original. It was termite infested. It was an eyesore.
Same side of the house where you're needing the setback?
No, ma'am, it was on the other side of the property.
And you had an addition last year?
No, ma'am.
Will you make sure and speak into the mic, Ms. Duffy?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
I'm showing an addition, so you tried to get a permit for an addition last year and then you just didn't build it?
No, we haven't done any. We've been working on these plans, and then this is the first permit we've submitted to my knowledge.
It might be the original permit. Is it the original permit?
February of 25?
Oh, no.
Oh, that, we had a tree fall, and it hit our, is that an electrical permit?
No, it's a residential addition permit to add 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, an office, and a storage closet.
I don't recall that permit, I'm sorry. We did have a tree fall, and we pulled electrical permits to redo that. We redid our fence, but we have been working on these plans for about 3 years, but we didn't engage Sean until probably about 6 or 8 months ago officially. So I didn't submit a permit. I'm not aware of any.
So there's a building permit dated February 19, 2026, and that's the one that had a stakeout inspection in June 26.
Oh, sorry.
So it's probably the original permit.
Slide has 25, so that makes more sense.
26 sounds right.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to discussion from the board or motion.
I'm not opposed to this.
I'm not either. When it's an extension of an already existing structure, it's the most logical way to move forward.
Does anyone have any concerns about it?
None here.
Okay, if no concerns, then I'd like to make a motion, or have you closed the discussion?
No, you're great. Yeah, please go ahead and make a motion if you're ready.
Okay, like to make a motion for BAR 26-005 to approve as written.
055.
Oh, I'm sorry. BAR 26-055. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. Can we get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. Staff, could you please perform a roll call vote?
We have a motion to approve case BAR-26-055 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Jana Herrera and second by Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woldman.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kate Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Should you have any questions or need any information from the city staff, just contact them as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, staff, let's move to the next case.
Bring back Mr. Johnson.
Should we bring him back?
And insist we separate everything.
Let's see if we can grab him. You guys are good. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Emily, are you grabbing him? Thank you. Don't tell him I made that joke.
We can bring him back if there's no more multiple variances.
There you go.
We can bring him back.
I know where they split 'em.
We won't tell him, we'll just play back the video.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It's all on the record.
Come on.
Welcome back. All right, we're moving to BAR-26-059. Emily, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAR-26-059, located at 2745 Merrimack. The property owner and applicant is Kevin Farmer. The property is zoned R2 Townhouse Cluster District. The applicant is requesting a variance to the requirement that all non-habitable accessory structures be located behind the rear wall of the primary residential structure or at least 75 feet from the front property line to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, an in-ground swimming pool, to be located 49 feet 8 inches from the front property line. The subject property is a vacant interior lot located in an established neighborhood. It was platted with no alley access, and the lot slopes approximately 3.08% from the northeast corner of the property toward the southwest property line, and the property is not located within a floodplain and does not contain any mature trees. A 5-foot utility easement is located along the rear property line. There is a residential accessory new permit for an in-ground swimming pool awaiting client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant has applied for a variance for an in-ground swimming pool located less than the 75 feet from the front property line. The location of the pool is noted on the site plan as 49 feet 8 inches from the front property line. The proposed pool location meets the minimum side and rear yard setback and is not located within any easement indicated on the survey, and the proposal is required to meet all other development regulations. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-059, and staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for staff? Yes, please go ahead.
Ms. Reyes, can you go to the page 122 that shows the aerial map? So is the pool going to be out in this? I'm having a hard time figuring out where the pool is. It's going to be in front of the structure? Or maybe go back to the site plan because I can't read that one very well. Whichever's easier.
So the pool starts right here.
Look up at this one of these screens.
And this is a house? No, this is a townhouse.
So the home has sort of a courtyard area in the middle, and the pool will be in that middle area. So the front wall, Emily, can you draw where the front wall of the home is? Or, Can you clear the screen? Oh, our screen shows the circles from the.
Yeah, it's from the middle one. It's clear. I think we had in the original docket that we were sent some drawings that much better show it. This is, what's up right now is very confusing to me. I can give you the pages on the original docket. 385. So yeah, we see that, well, we did. So there's, so there's a driveway on the left that goes around to the back, that goes into the garage. So really the only place to put a pool on this property is where it's shown there. That's the way I read. And that's the drawing that helped me understand it better.
So the front is Merrimack Street, so that elevation, the front elevation we were looking at from the street, you wouldn't see the pool.
That's the way I understand it.
Okay.
And we've actually seen a lot of these when the pool is sort of inside a courtyard instead of in the back, where I think the zoning sort of assumes you're putting it in the backyard, but some of the new architecture does this courtyard thing. We've seen a lot of these.
Yep. Any other questions for staff before we call the applicant up? Okay. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Sirs. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about the case. And you have 7 minutes.
I'm Kevin Farmer, born and raised in Fort Worth, Texas, and decided to buy the lot here about 8-9 years ago. I've owned it, but had a hesitant because so many multi-families putting a single family there. But because it was I wanted a modern structure and the way I wanted to build it, I decided to go ahead and move forward. And as we built it, getting with Chase, my pool builder, said, "Oh no, you got to have an accessory structure, has to be 70-something feet," which I obviously had no idea, and I assumed it to be okay. But that's why I'm here, and I hope y'all can approve my exception.
Thank you. Yeah, and you have plenty. You still have 6 minutes left if you or anybody else would like to speak. If you would state your name, address, anything else.
Chase Weaver. I'm at 1038 Moss Grove Trail up in Justin. I came in to do the pool once. Forms were already in place. Foundation was poured. Structure was up. You know, there's nothing I could do. By the time I'd met Kevin and we gotten to this point, the house is already there. They're doing finish up work. There's nothing we could do to modify it. It goes all the way. It uses every inch off the back that they could for the 3-car. So as you were saying, we've seen a lot of these. I get more and more calls like this as houses are being developed and added onto or being built where we're just getting more and more interesting spaces. All of the pool is actually nestled in that side yard. The front area of the house is a bit of an office, and the whole house is nestled in that courtyard except for about 1.5 feet of it. That really, it's just the back wall of the structure itself If you opened a gate and looked down it, that's all that'd be visible, is a little bit of the wall. However, there are fences and gates going up. You wouldn't see it from anywhere, really anywhere on any neighboring property unless you were significantly up in the air.
Great. Still got a few minutes if there's anything else you need to add. Okay.
Say it is behind my house because it's behind the office, so that's why you wouldn't be able to see it from anywhere once my fence is up.
Okay.
It'd be behind the office structure.
Okay. Anyone else here to speak in support of this case? Okay. Anyone else, anyone here to speak in opposition? Okay. Having seen none, we will move to questions for the applicant from the board. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Have a seat. We might ask you, stay close. We might ask you a few questions, but thank you. Sure. I'll open up to discussion among the board.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with this. It is consistent with what we're seeing in new design. It's not visible from the street, and unless there are people that want to talk about it longer, I'm happy to make a motion. Okay. I move regarding case, I don't have that in front of me. BAR 26059. I move that we approve as requested.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Ms. Duffy, thank you. We have a motion for approval and a second. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we have a motion to approve BAR-26-059 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Kay Duffy. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
And that was a yes for Board Member James Hook for the
Yes.
record. Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, sir. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. You're free to move forward. If you have any questions with regard to the city staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, and we are moving to
Mr. Chair, the next case is BAR-26-060. The applicant has requested a continuance and is not present today. Can we move this one?
yes, would you like to move to the end of the agenda? Correct? Move
Yes.
to the end. Yes, let's do that. So we're moving on to BAR-26-063. Is that correct?
Yes.
Staff, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAR-26-063, located at 4800 Barnett Street. The property owner is OBRE Holdings LLC, and the applicant is Nathaniel Allen. The property is zoned A-7.5, one-family district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family A-7.5 district development standard of minimum required lot area to allow less than the required 7,500 square feet. The applicant is requesting a lot area of 6,506 square feet. The subject property is a 6,500 square foot lot, 4-foot rectangular vacant interior lot located in a redeveloping neighborhood. There are mature trees on the property, no presence of floodplain, and is relatively flat. There is prior Board of Adjustments approval, however, it has expired and the applicant is required to go before the board again. There is also a new residential building permit to build a single-family home, and that is awaiting client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting one variance in order to construct a single-family home. The variance request is to allow a 6,506 square foot lot area, where a minimum 7,500 square foot lot area is required. The lot size variance request is deficient from the minimum standard by 994 square feet, and if the variance request is approved, the property would be required to replat, and all other development standards would be required to be met prior to building permits being issued. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff presentation for BAR-26-063, and staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff regarding this case?
Mrs. Johnston, is there any difference between this application and the previous application that was approved but expired?
It's the same request.
Is it the same owner?
No.
And is there an existing, the picture that you showed?
Yes, so the building permits did get issued because the variance was approved. However, they didn't finish going through with it.
Okay, so this isn't from 5 years ago, this structure right here? Or do you know?
It was, I want to say 2021.
Okay, so you think it's, okay. We'll ask the applicant too. Okay. Any other questions?
So the thing is with their previous Board of Adjustment cases, they have to finalize their plat. It has to be recorded. So the board decision is for the lot area, so the plat has to be recorded. This one is not solely dependent on the building permit being issued.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. I think the applicant's here. Thank you all for being patient. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about the case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Daniel Allen. I live at 4009 Page Drive. The reason why this building was never finished, I can't answer that, but I know that the building wound up getting foreclosed on. And I work for the finance agent wanted to finish the project. That's why I came in at. This is Ms. April. She represents the new owners, and we're trying to get the building finished. And we do have some backing from the neighbors. Actually, one of the neighbors called me and submitted a support of finishing the project. They tied us in the eyesore of the neighborhood. So we know y'all approved it once, so we'd like for y'all guys to approve it again. Amen?
That's great. Sure, you still have 6 minutes.
April Jameson, 9448 Wildcat Ridge and Godly. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, so we took the house back through foreclosure. The original, everything that you see there was from the original builder. We just got it back, I believe, May 5th. We started to cut the yard. We saw that there was a lot of liens for the yard. We paid all of those off. We're cutting the yard. We've talked to the neighbors. We're trying to get it built as quickly as possible. We realize that it is a huge eyesore, so we're just asking for the same variance to be approved so that we can get started immediately.
Okay. You still got a couple more minutes. Sorry, Ms. Duffy. Let me make sure that they're done. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of this case? And you still have some time. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I heard something about getting it replatted. I went and got the plat, and they was telling me that the plat was like 1933. I submitted it, but the documentation showed that inside the plat where the lot was split. So I don't know, do I still have to get it replatted, or does that suffice, or what we need to do there?
So according to the records that we have, it appears that the lot is platted as lot 33.
Yes.
However, it may have been illegally subdivided at some point, and so the portion of the lot that your home is on has to be platted to become a legal lot of record.
Well, no, it's documented inside I got it from the property office which I gave you guys. And she said that what she told me, it was legally separated, but it was just documentation inside the plat, which I gave you guys.
Yes, it may be so, but a new plat was never recorded to show this lot configuration. So I would encourage you to speak with the platting team.
Okay, I did get a new survey done, so I can get that same company to just do us a plat.
Is Still got a few more minutes if there's anything you need to add. Nope, okay. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
Mr. Chair, I would like to note that we received 1 letter in support of this project and 3 letters in opposition.
Okay,
4 letters in opposition.
yeah, let's go ahead and put those up.
Have you guys already determined how much remodel is going to be required to bring this house back up to where it was left off 2 years ago?
Yeah, so we've got obviously what you can see there and framing inside. So we're gonna have to finish electrical, plumbing inside, and then just the finish out, honestly.
What about exterior wood rot or anything like that?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of a lot of that and put up new siding and brick. We're gonna do brick on the front.
I'm going to go ahead and go to board questions, but just making sure there's no more opposition. But you're fine, Mr. Oak, if you have more questions.
Are we going to see, I mean, I saw them before, the letters of opposition, just to make sure. I think the applicant has addressed them, but.
Sure.
Seemed like their biggest concern was having the house left in this condition for so long and the deterioration, making sure it's a sound house. I'm sure your inspections will cover all that when it comes time.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Stacy, are these the opposition ones? Okay.
Stacy, can you just zoom in this screen? 'Cause it seems like. I'm a
Ms. Duffy, I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, can I have you clarify? So you owned the house, you sold it to somebody who was going to build, and then you took the house back? Or you took the property back?
Yes.
Okay.
So, well, my client is a hard money lender, so he gave the builder the money to build, and then the builder defaulted, so we just got the house back.
Okay. And so you are a financing company or you're a building company?
Financing company, so we're hiring a building company to complete it.
Okay. And you're going to be the builder? Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant from the board?
Why did it take till now to get it back?
I'm not real sure, but it was a long process of, there's a lot of formalities. If they make a payment, if they do anything, then we have to restart everything. So if they make any kind of payment, then you have to restart, and sometimes it can take 6 or 7 months. And if they do something that resets at 6 or 7 months, it can take a really, really long time.
Any other questions? Okay. If y'all take a seat, stay close in case something else comes up. I will close the public hearing and go to board discussion regarding the case.
I don't have an issue with this. I'm sure the neighbors are finally appreciative that something's going to change, and even with the letters that were not in favor of their concerns, it seems like they've addressed that they're going to kind of almost start from scratch on this particular building, or home rather.
Yeah, they'll be required to build within compliance, so they'll have to address any structural issues through that process, and that's not what we're here to evaluate. It's simply lot size, and because it's in 7.5, it probably was A5 and rezoned. That's the way almost all of Fort Worth, I think all of Fort Worth was, but when that happens, the smaller lots get sucked in. So They don't have, it's a buildable lot. I would say build it.
I mean, support of the case as well.
I agree too. I think the neighborhood wants to see this place finished.
Sure. Open to a motion.
And I'll make a motion for BAR 26-063 that we approve as requested.
Second.
Mr. Acosta, second. Mrs. Freed made the original motion to approve. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-063. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, congratulations. Your case has been approved. Should you have any questions for city staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks for hanging with us today. All right, so we have two more we need to revisit, correct?
Yes, first we'll visit case BAR-26-048. This case was continued from last month. However, the applicant is requesting a denial without prejudice as they were able to find a way to comply with the ordinance.
Do we need to, it's the same full process. Okay, so we're gonna go through the same process. Ms. Reyes, we're ready when you are. I'm gonna try not to look at the flashing screen.
We can't make a motion right now?
Yeah, why
Sounds
do we
like
have to
no.
listen to the case if we know what we're going to do with it? We have to.
Mr. Qualls?
We've heard it last month. Trey, do we have to?
We can open the case. You guys don't have to have a presentation on it. If the board's ready, you can go ahead and make the motion.
So I'm going to go ahead and call BAR-26-048. We're going to skip the staff presentation. I'm going to open it up for any support for this case that's in the room. Having seen none, any opposition? Having seen none, I will close the public hearing and go to board discussion on the case.
I would like to, if there's no discussion, make a motion for BAR. Sorry, in case number miss.
BAR-26-048.
BAR 062.
BAR-26-048.
BAR 260-48.
I think that's good.
BAR 26048.
Yes.
Okay. To honor the request of the applicant to make a motion to deny without prejudice because they have made adjustments to come in compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Thank
Who
you.
is-
Second.
Second, Mr. Whidden? Thank you, sir. All right, we have a first and a second. I'm sorry, we have a motion and a second. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we have a motion for case BAR-26-048 to deny without prejudice. Motion made by Board Member Lucretia Powell and second by Board Member Jim Witten. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, that one has been denied without prejudice. We are now moving to the BAR 26-060 request for continuance.
The applicant has requested a continuance on this case and she is not present. If you give us a second, we'll get to the presentation.
And even on that one, if the applicant's not here and we're not deciding today, do we need to hear the presentation today?
Trey, we've never heard this presentation, and the case was legal notice for this public hearing. Do we need to hear this one, or can we move forward?
I would suggest you do hear the case because the board has the option to, you don't have to grant a continuance just because an applicant has asked for it. If the board so chooses, you could act on the case today. So that'd be my recommendation.
And I would like to state for the record that the applicant was not able to make it here today. However, we are working to try to make accommodations to hear her case next month. But if the board does decide to act on this case today, whatever you decide, we'll relay the message.
Okay, thank you. Staff, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAR-26-060, located at 5512 Bonell. The property owner and applicant is Mina Jabin. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow a carport within the required front yard of a residential dwelling.
Computer's done too.
The subject property is located on an interior street in an established neighborhood containing several mature trees in the rear yard and no presence of a floodplain. The property is approximately 6,273 square feet in area and is relatively flat and was platted with alley access. The primary structure was constructed in 2023 and fronts Bonell Avenue, with driveway access provided from the street. The property includes an attached two-car garage. There is a residential accessory new permit for a carport awaiting client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow construction of a carport measuring 12 feet wide, 20 feet long, and 10 feet in height. That is located within the required front yard. The carport encroaches into the established front yard by approximately 20 feet, with the setback measuring 15 feet from the front property line to the carport. The location of the carport is intended to provide cover for the existing concrete drive leading to the driveway. The existing concrete drive measures 9 feet 5 inches wide, widening to 18 feet by 23 feet long, and extends to the property line from the garage, and there is one other carport along the block face. The current lot coverage is approximately 41.94%. The carport would result in a lot coverage of approximately 45.89%, which is within the 50% maximum allowed by ordinance. And if the special exception is approved, the applicant will be required to obtain the proper permits and meet all other development standards. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation for BAR-26-060, and staff is available to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the staff?
I have a question. I did hear Ms. London state that staff is working with the applicant to set their case for next month. And being that the applicant is not here, we're not able to ask any questions. So could we, or is it possible that we could either deny this without prejudice or set it for a continuance, being that staff is working with the applicant to set this case for next month?
I think that they've been in touch with the applicant, and based on some accommodation requests, they would like to have a continuance till next month.
So
that's my understanding. Is that right, staff?
So may we move forward, because we can't have any discussion with the applicant? They're not here, you know, being that staff has presented.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just want to make sure there's no questions for staff. If we're good to move on.
I have one question.
Okay.
Is this considered a permanent structure? Kind of looks like a temporary carport cover to me.
So the structure will have to meet building code requirements, so, and they are in the process.
It's not necessarily this structure that they're showing in the picture?
This is the structure that they are
This looks
requesting.
like a movable car cover type of thing versus a permanent structure to me. Just a comment.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure the building code requirements, but I do know they are working through that process with building. However, they do require a special exception to allow the carport in the front yard.
They will have to make it a permanent install because the zoning ordinance does not allow carports that are not permanently installed.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay. I am going to, since the applicant's not here, we are going to ask for any other support for this case. Having seen none, I'm going to ask for any opposition. Also, having seen none, we have no questions for the applicant. I'm going to close the public hearing, and we will go to any board discussion and/or a motion on this case.
Regarding BAR 26-060, I move that we continue this case till the next meeting.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Freed.
second.
Thank you, Ms. Freed. Second by Mr. Garcia. I'm sorry, Mr. Garza, excuse me. Staff, could we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we have a motion to approve a motion to continue case BAR-26-060. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Garza. The case will be continued to the August 19th public hearing. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so we will have that one on next meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
It's been continued. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Any old business? New business? I think we need to think about how we get that on the agenda. Thank you.
For real.
Any other new business? Motion to adjourn? Slam the gavel. Thank you all very much for today.
Thank you.